tripling that revenue right now. No, there's no potential at all. No, it's the biggest bullshit company I've ever worked with. I was telling
We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopavc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
Well, hey, well, a very good evening. Did I say afternoon? It must be an afternoon somewhere. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all well and you've had a restful weekend and a great start to your week. Well, the boys are still at it. We're still here. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring you a wonderful art auction. We have some great pieces. Let's give you a little rundown of the lineup this evening. And we're going to kick off in a moment with a wonderful British artist. I don't know what he did wrong when he was young, but he's called Pure Evil, ladies and gentlemen. So Pure Evil, great artist actually, and it comes from actually a very well-known noble family in the UK. But his street art name is Pure Evil. And then we have the great French art legend Louis Icart. Louis Icart up second, followed by Salvador Dali, my favourite master of the 20th century. Then Vincent van Gogh, or as they say in Europe, Vincent van Gogh. No, Van Gogh, actually. Then David Cox the Younger, and that is a very old painting. That will be coming up as our 504. 505 is Banksy. Wow, we've got a Banksy in tonight, so ladies and gentlemen, get prepared for that, and it's a great piece from 2022. We then have Camille Pissarro, Salvador Dali, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Henri Matisse, and Kef. All museum artists, including Kef, there, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Bunce, will be the next artist, and then Michelangelo. And we do have a wonderful Michelangelo in the show. It's one of Abigail's favourites, thank you. Bill Braden is the next artist after that. Salvador Dali, Francisco de Goya, Ben Allen, and then we will round up the show with this 20th century master pop artist, the one and only Robert Rauschenberg. So, ladies and gentlemen, great art, great deals for everyone. But as you know, ladies and gentlemen, all you need to do is get yourself registered for the auction. Pick up the phone, 866-518-5933, and when Leif's not busy, he'll register you for the auction. So he does his best, ladies and gentlemen. But I will be conducting the show. He likes it when I say that. We'll be conducting the proceedings together, and Leif is our art expert extraordinaire, and you're going to learn an awful lot with him throughout the show. That is something you don't get at any other auction in the world, I promise you that. And ladies and gentlemen, so take advantage. Let's have a look at our first lot. What we're going to be offering is a wonderful image of the late, great singer Amy Winehouse, and she was a tremendous singer, much loved and adored by the late, great Tony Bennett as well. It was almost like a granddaughter to him. An original hand-coloured screen print is one of only one in the world, so it's number 1 of 1, hand-signed. And ladies and gentlemen, that is our first lot this evening, and we're going to kick this one off and get it going now. So welcome to the auction. Have a great evening. Sit back, enjoy yourselves, and acquire yourselves some beautiful work. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction. Here is Pure Evil.
Hi everyone, my name's Lucy and you're watching the Fine Art Auction, and today we're sitting down with Pure Evil and we're going to talk about all things art and the path that led him to become one of the most popular street artists of our day.
I'm Charlie, aka Pure Evil. I'm a street artist and I make canvases, prints, neon stuff. Basically, I just make things. I started making art probably around 3 when I was doing little drawings of crocodiles and stuff like that. I always had pencils and paper and art materials. So I moved towards fashion design, ended up working for a streetwear brand that happened to be in California. Then I got involved in the electronic music scene, and then I started to notice graffiti in San Francisco, and they inspired me. The character art that they were creating made me think that poetry was in the streets. So when I came back to London, I started drawing this little bunny character and writing Pure Evil and doing stencils. And it was only when people started to notice what I was doing that a little light went on, and I thought, actually, this is something that I want to do full time, make what I was doing at night time my day job. So here I am, I'm back in London, and I'm starting to make a name for myself as this mysterious Pure Evil guy by drawing my bunny rabbits. But then I had to take it to the next level, so I started doing my first Pure Evil solo show, and then working on my first screen print and sort of growing and growing and growing from there. Eventually I opened up Pure Evil Gallery in Shoreditch, and then have the warehouse, and I have the artist studio here where I can kind of sit and listen to classical and just make art. You know, it's just slowly moving in different directions, getting my artwork out there. Bunny Tag originated in a sketchbook. I was just drawing one day and I was thinking about a lot of things, and it just kind of appeared. It's like this sort of 3-legged thing with 2 ears, and it's supposed to be a bunny, but it doesn't look at all like a bunny, let's face it. And it related to when I was a kid. My posh relatives lent me a shotgun, and I went out playing the hunting game, and I saw a rabbit and I shot at it, fell over, and then looked up and it was just lying there dead, and it was quite a traumatic thing for me. And ever since then, I guess it's been haunting me. I'd accidentally met Banksy before. There was a time when a friend of mine and I were doing graffiti, and he stopped to chat to someone. And when he came back, it was like, oh, boring. Who was he chatting to? Some guy drinking a pint in Shoreditch. And when he came back, he was like, oh, that was Banksy. So I ran over to him, total fanboy. Oh my God, Banksy, I love your stuff, la la la. Took off my t-shirt. It was a t-shirt that I'd screen printed, because otherwise that would just be weird, and gave it to him. I think the piece of art that I feel will outlast me is an image that's not entirely original. It's the image from the Copy Village in China that was the Jackie Kennedy, where I've taken the Jackie Kennedy, you know, the one with the big bowl head, but then I've added the tears. And it was really something where it's transformed it into something else. It's inspired by kind of Norwegian death metal, like the black makeup that they wear. And it's just something it's iconic, but it's not where you take something from, it's where you take it to. It's kind of gone somewhere else.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here in our studios in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome back, everybody, with the first artist that we're going to be presenting tonight. It is none other than Pure Evil. That is a very elaborate video that gives you truly a very concise rundown of what he did. I just want to fill in the blanks, ladies and gentlemen, just to really give you a well-rounded, and not necessarily a dissertation by all means, but more importantly, some of the key aspects about his climb to fame. He was born in the 1980s. He left Wales for London. He studied fashion graphic design, as we saw. But what's interesting about Pure Evil is that music played a big deal in his life. It became a parallel career. And he recorded ambient and indeed electronic releases for Fax, F-A-X, which was the label run by the late German producer Piet Namlook, and performed under several names. Now, across roughly a decade, he basically, when he was in San Francisco, he absorbed the visual language of West Coast graffiti, and citing writers such as Twist and Reminisce as direct influences on his eventual turn to the spray can. Now, around the year 2000, he returned to London, began stenciling his now signature motif across the city, that fanged vampire Pure Evil bunny rabbit. Now, folks, that is a tag whose origin he traces to a childhood memory, as we heard from the video, of shooting a rabbit on a Welsh hillside. Now, he became part of London's surging street art movement. He contributed to Banksy's, yes, Banksy's Celebrated Santa's Ghetto. Now, that was a show and a production through the Pictures on Walls collective. In 2007, he opened up the Pure Evil Gallery in Shoreditch, which is in East London, at once a studio and indeed a platform that, as a self-described accidental gallerist, that's how he talks about himself, he has used the stage more than 50 exhibitions for emerging and established artists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today, Pure Evil is pretty much among the most recognizable names in British urban contemporary art. And having exhibited across Europe, the Americas, and Asia, in 2016, he served as artist in residence at the Quinn Hotel in New York with a show that openly channeled Andy Warhol. So he's had substantially a very, very eclectic career, which allowed him, as a result of that, to have the facility to think outside the box. He does something that nobody else does, and his signature teardrop, ladies and gentlemen, has become somewhat of a cultural phenomenon. Now, the work of art that we're looking at here is of Amy Winehouse, and it does belong to Pure Evil's most celebrated body of work. It's actually part of a series, folks, that's called the Nightmare series. Now, that features a sequence of celebrity portraits, predominantly of doomed female icons, and each rendered in that flat pop print color with a single heavy teardrop that is dripping from one eye. And in fact, if you go to his gallery in London, you're going to notice that the teardrops run all the way to the ground. I'm going to see later on if I can find an image to show you. But what I find truly fascinating about this series is that it reads as a sustained meditation on fame, fandom, and lost innocence. Basically, a portrait gallery of figures that are consumed, now in one way or another, by the machinery of celebrity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, earlier subjects include Marilyn Monroe, Sharon Tate, Elizabeth Taylor, and Jackie Kennedy. So the addition of Amy Winehouse, it basically extends that lineage to one of the most mourned musicians of her generation. I remember when she passed away, it was really, really a big deal. And I think this is one of the few musicians that has remained within the annals of music history, given her robust voice, but more importantly, her character. She truly was a magnificent human being. Now, when we talk about the series that Pure Evil did, ladies and gentlemen, the origin is unusually well documented. And it is also faintly absurd, if I may add, because Pure Evil has recounted receiving an unsolicited email from a Chinese copy village. Imagine that. And it's one of the workshops that are notorious for mass-producing painted reproductions. So, ladies and gentlemen, that offered a catalog of artists that it could replicate. Yeah. Andy Warhol was among them. Now, attached were 3 minuscule JPEG thumbnails, each only 64 by 64 pixels, that depicted Warhol works of Jackie Kennedy, of Liz Taylor, and the electric chair. Now, the idea that Warhol's vast output could be distilled into a few pixelated thumbnails struck Pure Evil very forcibly. And from that collision of high art and industrial copying, the nightmares were born. These were portraits that quote Warhol's silkscreen vocabulary while subverting its glamour with a mark of grief. Now, ladies and gentlemen, his market is very robust, and I'd like to go ahead and show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to my screen, please. So here's an example of that series, ladies and gentlemen. It's part of the Pure Evil America's Nightmare. This one is offered at $6,000. Of course, we know this beauty right here being Marilyn Monroe. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is offered at $7,000. Now, I would like to tell you that what you're looking at here on your screen, of course, it's a different celebrity, but it is done exactly the same way. So this is truly what the market commands for these kind of images. Let's go back to the work of art. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not often that we are graced with the presence not only of a musician of her caliber that's been depicted in the way that she has, and I'd like to draw your attention as well to something quite spectacular. I think it's quite evocative and aesthetically pleasing in a way. Yep. The fact that the teardrop you're going to notice at Amy Winehouse face is in purple. Notice the purple eyes as well. Now, there is this stark contrast which points to the fact that Pure Evil is a very talented colorist. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you there are 2 kinds of artists in the market. You have those that are the colorists, and you have those that are the draftsmen. And a prime example of that, of course, is when we look at the 2 giants and kings of early 20th century art, Matisse and Picasso. Picasso being the colorist, Matisse being the draftsman. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn it over to Richard, who will be reading you that certificate of authenticity.
Thank you very much, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got the benefit of Leif's knowledge throughout the evening, so enjoy it. But don't forget, it's an auction. A couple of you on the phone already. Thank you very much. Here we go then. It's the first lot of the evening. It is lot 500. Pure Evil. Pure Evil was the British art star, born in 1968, and this is his famous image of Amy Winehouse, the late great jazz singer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an original hand-colored screen print. What's a screen print? Well, Leif will probably give you a rundown on that again in a moment. But a screen print was invented not by Andy Warhol, a lot of people might think that, but actually by Chinese people many centuries ago, ladies and gentlemen. So it was invented in China, and it is an original hand-colored screen print. Very clever method of artwork, all handmade. You have to cut a stencil for each and every color. And Leif, are you able to show us something about silk screen printing? I think it'd be interesting, as it's the first lot. Signed and numbered by the artist. Don't forget what you're bidding on here, ladies and gentlemen. It is example 1 of only 1 from an extremely rare hand, this is the key, Leif, hand-painted edition. So, Here we go, ladies and bottom left-hand corner. One of only one in the world. There we are, unique, hand-signed, pure evil. This in a gallery in London, the one of ones, they've got to be over 7,000 now for Amy Winehouse. This is his, literally, one of his premium images. Ladies and gentlemen, the toast of London is pure evil, and here is the toast of Sweden, Leif.
Thank you. How about that? Toasters, I've been called much worse, Richard, but that's all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at my screen. I want to show you what original screen printing is, because this is an art form in itself. Yes, we think about Warhol, we think about all of these artists, but this will give you that depiction of a visual. It is a process, ladies and gentlemen, that has evolved over history, and it takes a very meticulous application not only of paint, but by using the original matrix of the works, which are the screens. Now, they will have screens whereby there is a fine mesh where ink is pressed through, and the stencils that sit underneath that mesh use a system called blocking, where it blocks out certain aspects of that work of art. Now understand, like what you're seeing in this video, only one color can be added at a time. So what does that mean? That means that the room for error is quite significant. And oftentimes artists, not being happy with what they do, of course, artists very much are perfectionists. So they will go over and over again until they just create that right color, that right configuration, and that the stencils are, of course, locked in the right place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind also when you're applying the silk screen, you sometimes have to wait. Depends on the artist, of course, but some of them leave it for 24 hours. So they'll go back the next day and maybe they'll press another work of art through the silk screen, that color, onto the stencils. So as you can see, it is a very meticulous process, one color at a time. This is done in an art studio. And ladies and gentlemen, the difference between this, for example, and Andy Warhol silk screen is Andy Warhol used to do his silk screens on the floor. So he used to press them on the floor. But this is a prime example. That's the first color here that you are noticing with the silk screen. All right, let's focus back on the artwork for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to divulge a little bit more information. Richard, I'll pass it very shortly to you. But this is what I want to say. It is worth stating very plainly that as a living contemporary artist, Pure Evil does not have a formal catalog raisonné and the comprehensive scholarly inventory compiled for historical matters. So the provenance for works like this therefore depend on the signature. This is a signed work, the gallery's records and the documented context of the Nightmare series, rather than one of a numbered catalog entry. Richard.
Yeah, thank you very much. 850 I've just seen there. Thank you. 850 is bid. Thank you, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, it is hand signed, one of one. We're going to move on, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are not on the phone, if you're not bidding, you need to now. I'll give you one final minute with me. 1 final minute with me. We're about to bid this out. Final call for bids. Final call for bids. 1 minute clock. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's selling now. We are moving on at 850, 900 bid at 9, get a bid at 9. Now let's have an auction at 9, get a bid at 9. 950, thank you. 950 bid. 950. 1,000 with Tawana. That's the way to do it. Up 1,000. Come on, give me 11 now. Up 1,000. Come on, Cassie. Here we go. 11 is bid. 1,100 with Cassie's bidder. Did you say Ohio? Did I hear that? At 1,100, Tawana. Nice to see you. At 1,100. At 1,100. All the ladies are here. All the gentlemen are here of the phone team. They do a marvelous job. And we got a new recruit as well, looking very good up there. At 1,100 is there 12 now. At 11, got a bid of 11. 11 is bid. At 1,100, 1,100 with Cassie's bidder from Ohio. At 1,100, another one off anyone at 11, and it's about to go. John, are we on sale? At 1,100, it's got to go. At 1,100, it's selling now. Is there one more? Last chance. Last call, you've been a good bidder. Ohio's in the lead. Going this time then at 1,100, and that's very low, Leif, but it's got to go. At 1,100, last chance, last call. Gavels high. Welcome and well done. Thank you very much at 1,100. Thank you very much. Congratulate your bidder there. Well done there. Cassie won that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, great pieces coming your way. We're going to go with a pre-war work now. Actually, it was created right at the start of World War II. That actually started in 1939, but this was created in 1940 in Paris. And ladies and gentlemen, it is by the great Louis Icart, a historical piece. Once again, congratulations, Ohio, on your wonderful acquisition there. Lot 501, Louis Icart, French master, born in 1890. He died in 1950. This is a lifetime work, ladies and gentlemen. It's created 10 years before his passing. He was about 50 years of age at the time. And this is the original dry point etching, printed in blue on vellon d'Arches woven paper, the first date, the first printing, executed in Paris in 1940, and it is Leif. As you know, probably better than most people, he was probably the greatest illustrator of his era. So the great Louis Icart up next with Leif. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, his entire name was Louis-Justin Laurent Icart. He was born in 1888 in a beautiful place called Toulouse in France, and drawn from boyhood to the theater and to drawing. What's interesting to note is that he showed an early gift for capturing movement and indeed that feminine grace that would define his life's work. Ladies and gentlemen, when he was 19 years old, that was way back in 1907, he moved to Paris and he entered the world of commercial design. He worked for the great Parisian fashion houses and indeed those design studios. And then he illustrated catalogs and designed garments, and his elegant monogram, L.I., became a mark of fashionable taste. Richard, do you know that in the 1930s, something extraordinary happened? Louis Icart was so au courant and à la mode, as the French would say, that a lot of New Yorkers, wealthy, elite New Yorkers, would actually acquire Louis Icarts and have them shipped over to New York because it was absolutely that height of fashion. And indeed, he was one of the progenitors of the Art Deco movement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in 1914, something very important happened to Louis Icart's life. That's when he met his muse. That is a lady by the name of Fanny Volmers. Now, she was an employee at the Paquin fashion house who became his favorite model, and later he married her. Now, she appears throughout his work, and during the First World War, he served as a fighter pilot. He was sketching constantly between his sorties, and on his return, he devoted himself to printmaking. He mastered aquatint and dry point etching and produced prints of his designs in great numbers because there was a surging and massive demand. You see, ladies and gentlemen, in the 20s and 30s, there really wasn't anybody who did exactly what Louis Icart did. And the 1920s catapulted him to a completely new level of spectacular success because of all, that was in the United States. He traveled to New York in 1922 for his first American exhibition, and that was shown at the Belle Maison Gallery within Wanamaker's department store, and he often issued two versions of a plate. One turned for the European market and one for the American. Ladies and gentlemen, he became the defining, absolutely the defining printmaker of Art Deco glamour. And he created more than 500 etchings of chic, spirited, sensual women that are extremely sought after right now. Many of these are antiques. Oftentimes, they're wrapped in gauze and fur, accompanied by greyhounds set in Parisian boudoirs and in gardens. Now, stylistically, Icart fused the crisp line of fashion illustration with the atmospheric depth of fine etching. And ladies and gentlemen, he frequently combined etching, aquatint, and dry point. These are some of the most difficult original graphic media for any artist to create, but he mastered it. He absolutely mastered it. And his subjects, windswept women with greyhounds, the figures in the billowing gowns, and lovers and nudes drawn from literature and myth, they distilled the spirit of the Jazz Age. And you know what I feel? The more I have studied about Louis Icart, I truly do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that he was the artistic soundtrack for the Art Deco and jazz period, because his rise coincided very much with urban jazz. And as a result of the sensuous lines and indeed that sensuality that is so provocative in his works of art, it just swayed and infiltrated the jazz realm in a beautiful way. Now, his fortunes dimmed with the Depression and, of course, the Second World War, during which his Paris studio was searched for by occupying authorities. Taste, in fact, had moved on, and Icare worked in that relative obscurity in his final years. He died in Paris in 1950, having become, in the decades since, one of the most sought-after names in the Art Deco era. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the title of the work that you're looking at here is Leda and the Swan. The Swan is a very recurring theme in a lot of his works of art. And in fact, I'd like to show you an example of how sought after these works of art are. So let's go ahead and take a look at my screen. Here is one example of a 1923 etching. And keep in mind, you are not only bidding on an etching, you're also bidding on a dry point. This one is offered at $5,000. Take a look at this one. Here is another one that is being offered on eBay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an original etching. That is exactly what you're bidding on. It's a Louis Icare original etching. This one offered at $12,500. So we can truly understand, let's go back to the work of art. We understand that his market is very robust, that there is a lot of demand for what he does. And before I turn it over to Richard, I want to show you one more example, because I promised you I would show you the swan. Let's go to my screen, please. Here's an example of a swan. And this is one of the most hypnotic and recurring themes in his entire body of work. And in this case, you have a very similar work in the fact that it's also a dry point and etching. That is exactly what you are looking at here. This one is offered at $8,500. Richard, let's bring it over to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Louis Icare and original dry point etching in blue. Ladies and gentlemen, Leda and the Swan, 1940, and this is the original dry point etching. We are here to sell it this evening, ladies and gentlemen. It won't be $8,500. It's going to be under $5,000, under $4,000, and probably, by the way it's looking, it's not even going to make $1,000. Very, very low for this, ladies and gentlemen. So Leda and the Swan, typical pieces, as Leif's just shown you there. In gallery is about $8,500, very typical for this artist. Original dry point etching, printed in blue on vellum Dutch woven paper, and it is the first state. If you collect anything, you always want the first state. You always want the first printing. This was executed in Paris in 1940. Get on the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get bidding on this one. Here is the book of Icare. It's a very, very famous artist indeed. There are many volumes of his images, and I can just flick through to find you a couple of examples. This shows you why he was the preeminent illustrator in Paris. Think about that, what I've just said there, ladies and gentlemen. The preeminent illustrator in the city of Paris. Where was the center of the art world in the 20th century? France, Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, so if you were the best, do you think, what's this, 86 years old? That would have been quite an expensive piece to acquire, even in 1940. So, ladies and gentlemen, the #1 illustrator of his time, it's going on sale, and ladies and gentlemen, when that clock runs out, the gavel will come down. Here's Leif.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, point printing is one of the most difficult and obscure methods of creating master prints, and therefore I have a very short 1-minute video that will show you exactly how these are made. Let's go to my screen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this.
Dry point is a printmaking method which is especially good at reproducing drawings, and it creates beautiful atmospheric images. You scratch your design into the surface of a printing plate with sharp tools, and it's these marks that are going to hold the ink to make the picture. One of the nice things about using dry point plastic is that you can trace your designs directly from photos or from pictures in your sketchbook. You don't have to be able to draw to make a dry point print. You can also make work that's totally abstract, and you can play with other techniques to add colour to your prints. Whether you're drawing a picture or making an abstract print, dry point is all about interesting mark making. When you're ready to print, you paste ink over the surface of your scratched plate and polish it back to reveal the image, which should be left in the marks. To transfer this image to paper, we need a printing press. This squeezes damp paper tightly over the plate, allowing it to pick up the image.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to halt it right there. Let's focus back on the artwork, please, because there's one aspect of this video that's missing truly what the genesis of dry point is, and more importantly, the averse nature of dry point bidding, given its extremely arduous and laborious process that is involved in actually making a print. Because when an artist makes a dry point, they use something called a dry point needle. Now, a dry point needle, ladies and gentlemen, has a V shape to it. It is very, very sharp. And the reason it's very sharp is because the artist is essentially going to be carving into that copper plate. When the artist carves into that copper plate, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to get a line with the copper that's being brushed up on other side. So, for example, I'm going to stand next to the work of art, and I want to point out to you where you're going to specifically find a dry point, because when you are adding dry point and etching together, that is a heightened layer of laborious complexity that requires a level of mastery that in today's world is not that common at all. Because when you draw that line with the dry point needle, you're going to be getting what's called a burr. Burr is spelled B-U-R-R. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the burr is the residue copper that is scraped into the plate that is brushed up on other sides. It almost is akin to, let's say you go to a beach, for example, and you take a stick and you just rub and you run that stick on the sand. What's going to happen? You're going to create a line, right? And on either side of the line, you have the residue sand that is on top of that line. Now, that residue sand, when we're talking about a work of art like that, that is the wavelet that's called the burr, B-U-R-R, the dry point burr. The problem is that a dry point burr is very fickle and fragile, so the maximum number of impressions that an artist can typically make is 20. Now, why is that? Because every time you make an impression of that work of art, the burr starts a process called dilapidation. It undergoes surface dilapidation. And the surface dilapidation means that the more impressions that you make from the plate, the more coarse and dilapidated that copper plate will be. You are looking at one of the prime examples of dry point etching and dry point needle. Richard.
Well, this is in great condition, and ladies and gentlemen, it is about to sell. I'm going to give you fair warning. I'm going to give you a 1-minute clock now, and 5 is the top bid at the moment. I'll take $50 bids to move on. 1-minute clock, final call for bids. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the way it works here. At 5, get a bid of 5. Come on, I'll take 50 more. At 5, get a bid of 5. Take another 50. At 5, get a bid of 5. On sale and with you. Congratulate your bidder. It looks like they're going to get it at 500 unless someone else calls in now. It is your last chance. I give you fair warning, ladies and gentlemen. You've got about 40 seconds left before the hammer comes down. At 5, get a bit of 5. At 5, at 5, at 5, it's a 50 more. At 5, and it's selling. At 500, we are moving on this wartime French phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely fantastic. And it is going now at 500. Is there another 50 to move on? Give me your best and final bids. I bet we get late bidders on this 1940 work, John. He was the preeminent illustrator of his era in Paris. This is not a $500 piece. It's not even a $5,000 piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale and with you. This is absolutely being given away. Take another 50. Going once then, on sale and with you, going twice, gavels high. So, congratulate your bidder. There we go. That's the way I do it, ladies and gentlemen. I put you up a final minute clock, give you fair warning. I don't just sort of bring the hammer down and then tell you afterwards it's sold. I'll give you fair warning. Get on the phone if you want to bid. That's as simple as that. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with the next lot. Some great pieces coming your way, and it is lot 502. This is Femme Poulet, original engraving in black ink, and this one is with the artist's embossed signature stamp in the lower right. A first date, a first printing. You have to bear in mind with this one, It was a strictly limited edition of only 190, created by Salvador Dali with the great Édition Argelée of Paris back in 1969. It's double catalogue referenced. It's in the field catalogue, which is the most important thing, ladies and gentlemen. And this is here to be sold. This is a great, great Dali image. Get bidding on it now. But here is the great man, Salvador Dali. Good luck. Thank you.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century. And of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud, and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see, so that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live here in our studios in Atlanta, Georgia, and we are talking about the true prime superstar of the Surrealist era. A man who was even kicked out, by the way, by the Surrealists. In fact, he was kicked out by André Breton, who was the founder of the Surrealist movement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's important to note that academically, Salvador Dali was tremendously astute. In fact, he trained at the world-famous Real Academia de Bellas Artes de San Fernando, that's in Madrid. That's where he absorbed a range of styles, and he also befriended the very famous poet Federico Garcia Lorca and the future filmmaker Luis Buñuel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he was expelled from the Academy in 1926. It was a phenomenal story because just before Salvador Dali's final examination, he declared, while sitting in front of all of his professors, Richard, I think this is one of the funniest stories of Dali's life. He looked all of his professors in the eye and he says, "You cannot judge me because I'm much better than you are." And he stood up and he left and he was expelled. You know what? He actually had a point. I know how he feels. Touché, which is so fascinating, ladies and gentlemen. And the funny thing is that, you know, Richard, that was one of the greatest things that could have happened to him because that set him free. It set him free to do what was near and dear his heart. And he got together with one of his best friends, Luis Buñuel, and they actually produced a movie in 1929. It's entitled Un Chien Andalou. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever go to Paris, I recommend you visit the Dali Museum in Montmartre. Montmartre is the quartier, as the French would say. It's the neighborhood where all of the artists used to live. Now, in the late 1920s, Dali joined that surrealist movement in Paris, and he developed what is known as the paranoid critical method. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to show this to you because there's no way to explain it unless I demonstrate the actual process. Salvador Dali was absolutely enamored by what is known as the hypnagogic state of mind, which hinges on the discoveries of Sigmund Freud. When Sigmund Freud delved deeply into the studies of psychoanalysis and the configuration of the id, the ego, and the superego, he understood that the primordial and creative mind based upon sleep and awareness is known as the hypnagogic state. Salvador Dali was obsessed and enamored by the hypnagogic state. Now, there are many critics that even asked him, do you do drugs? And Salvador Dali famously said, I don't do drugs, I am the drug. But moreover, what Salvador Dali did was one of the most creative processes of creating a work of art in the 20th century. I want you to visualize right now what I'm going to explain. He would sit in a chair late at night in his bedroom. On the floor, he would place a plate. On his hand, this is a gavel, but pretend that this is a spoon. He would place a spoon on his knee like this, and he would force himself to fall asleep. Ladies and gentlemen, the second he fell asleep, what happened? The spoon would drop, it would hit the plate. In that split second, he entered into the curious state of the hypnagogic, and it is in that split second that he started to create. Now, it lasted for a few seconds, because after about 3 or 4 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, when he regained his sense of clarity, he would stop. And then he'd repeat the process again, and again, and again, and again, until he completed a work of art. That means an entire work of art sometimes was done during that hypnagogic state. I find it to be absolutely enthralling and indeed fascinating that you have a human being in that time and age that did what absolutely no other artist or human being ever dared to do, because he was outlandish in his MO. He was over the top, but he was so good at what he did. What's interesting to note is that by the late 1930s, ladies and gentlemen, he turned toward a more classical Renaissance inflected style. And that prompted his expulsion from the official Surrealist group. Because, ladies and gentlemen, he lived in the United States from 1940 to 1948, and he designed not only for theater, film, fashion. His name became very ubiquitous across not only the United States, but the entire world as well. And his name entered the popular imagination as readily as his paintings. Now, he had a very famous wife. Her name was Gala, and she became the recurring subject and modeled and shrewd manager of his career. Ladies and gentlemen, in his later decades, he became one of the most prolific printmakers of the 20th century and illustrated classic texts and issued numerous suites. He died on the 23rd of January in 1989 in Figueras, Spain, where his theater museum remains a place of pilgrimage for surrealist enthusiasts. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about this work of art. The first thing I want to do, and I'm going to pass it over to Richard very shortly, is I want to give you an idea of how important this work of art is, and indeed the competitive pricing that it carries. So let's go ahead and take a look at my screen. This is exactly the same work of art, ladies and gentlemen. This is an original dry point etching with roulette. The only difference here, this one is hand signed. That is offered at $4,872. I have another one. Let me see if this is going to come up over here. No, that is not going to come up. I will try it this way. And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the exact same work of art. This is from the same edition. The only difference, again, this one is hand signed. This one's selling at $5,320. But ladies and gentlemen, what makes our work so special, and I'm going to explain this after Richard reads that certificate of authenticity, because what you are bidding on here, Richard, it's not only a pristine Dali, but it is the first printing and it is the first state. Now, that is of monumental importance, and if you are a savvy collector, you know what I'm talking about. Richard.
Thanks a lot, Leif, and ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Bidding's underway. John, who's in the lead, please? Ohio. Ohio, good evening, Ohio. Lot 502. It is the great Salvador Dali, the Spanish master, born in Figueras, northeastern Spain. He's buried in his own museum. He was buried there in 1989, shortly after his death. Ladies and gentlemen, born in 1904, and Femme Poulet, ladies and gentlemen, is a catalogue reference work. Double catalogue references here. Field is the Albert Field catalogue, and that is the most important reference as far as I'm concerned, Leif, because he definitely would meet with Dali every single year, and they would go through each and all of the graphic works. This is an original engraving in black ink, printed on Vellendage's paper. Artist embossed signature stamp in the lower right. It is the first state, it is the first printing, and very importantly, a very small edition. There were only 190 examples published by Edition Argelais, the Argelais family, with Dali in Paris in 1969. And ladies and gentlemen, so if there were 190, let's put it this way, 57 years ago, there won't be that many available anywhere in the world today. They'll all be in private collections and very, very well looked after. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been well looked after. It's in great condition. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. And what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is give you a 2-minute clock to get bidding. And then it is your opportunity to bid on this now. Spectacular image, a lot of Darwinian elements in this one. And Leif's going to further enrich you right now. Let's give you a 2-minute clock, and then the hammer will be coming down. Let's get bidding.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go ahead and show you the official catalog of Albert Field. Now, this is recognized by art scholars, by museum curators, as the Bible for authenticity of all Salvador Dali works. You're going to see at the bottom, it says Albert Field. Now, I opened up to the reference that's in your certificate of authenticity. So, ladies and gentlemen, this work is right over here. Can we zoom in right over here? There it is. In the catalog. There it is. So what is this about? Well, the story is Faust. If you've never heard about Faust, there was a very famous German philosopher called Goethe. And Goethe wrote about dealing with the devil. I mean, this was a very, very heavy reading. If you've ever read Goethe, I read it in university when I studied philosophy. I did not enjoy it. It was very complicated, but it was absolutely awe-inspiring and eye-opening because, ladies and gentlemen, the subject matter here is very telling. Again, Faust, that is that tale of a scholar who bargains with the devil, and it is Walpurgis Night. The riotous witches' Sabbath. This gave Dali license for exactly the kind of metaphoric, erotic imagery that he loved best. The fusion of women and hen belongs to his lifelong fascination with transformation and hybrid creatures. So the same impulse that produced his soft watches and his drawer-filled crutch-pop bodies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you Argelais. Argelais prized, he was not only a Dali's dealer, but very dear friend who prized Dali's pure etch line above all. And he was the one that encouraged these literary suites precisely because they showcased the artist's draftsmanship. He was a formidable draftsman, rather than the marketing spectacle that so often surrounded his name. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in Dali Print's edition of this period, it was common for different sub-editions to be issued from the same plate, hand-colored and signed examples on Japon, alongside larger editions in black that bears that embossed or blind stamp signature. Now, you are bidding on an engraving with dry point and roulette. I showed you with that previous work of art what a dry point is. So this describes an intaglio plate that's worked by hand with a needle and a toothed wheel. And the roulette stipples the copper to hold ink as soft gray tone, while the dry point actually supplies the line. Now, ladies and gentlemen, very important to note that this work comes from Pierre Argelais, the Pierre Argelais Circle of Dali publishers in Paris, who editioned many of the artist's most celebrated suites. So this is considered one of his most celebrated suites. And the composition, of course, is governed by Dali's unmistakable line. that nervous, whiplash, simultaneously precise and dissolving. The female forms and the feathered bodies of hens flow into a single metamorphic creature. This is a visual pun on transformation that defines the plate. Ladies and gentlemen, it's printed in black. The sheet relies entirely on the contrast of the incise line and the roulette stippling for its tonal range. There is no color to distract from the draftsmanship, which is the point of the black edition. So this is rare, and this is very important to his original body of work. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this engraving was drawn and worked by Dali into the copper plate himself, and then it was editioned, which means you own an authentic Dali intaglio, the product of his hand on the plate, not a poster. This is not a photomechanical copy. With Dali, that distinction is everything that the market rewards, ladies and gentlemen. Besides that, this work of art is a catalog work. It has dual reference. I spoke about Albert Fields. What does the ML on your certificate of authenticity stands for? Well, it stands for Michelet Lopsinger, which is a very revered catalog raisonné as well. So you have dual authenticity. This is very important. On top of that, this is from one of his most famous series known as Faust. So the Femme Poulet belongs to one of Dali's most admired literary suites, which means, ladies and gentlemen, you own a piece tied to a recognized, exhibited body of work rather than a one-off oddity. This is the kind of provenance that anchors long-term value. And just before I hand it to Richard, I did not mention the cherry on top. The cherry on top here is that this work is it's not in good condition, it's in perfect condition, Richard.
Well, condition is everything, as you know, ladies and gentlemen. Authenticity is also the key. So this is authenticated, a master print by Salvador Dali. A master print from 1969. It's on sale with you. 900 is bid. New Jersey in the lead then at 900. 900 I'm selling at 900. Just an edition. Give you 1 minute clock. And it is the final call for bids with me now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not on the phone, you're about to miss out. New Jersey in the lead at 900. At 900 I'm bid. 900. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have an auction at 900. You're the underbidder now, Cassie. Doing a wonderful job there at 900. 900 bid at 900. 9 at 9 at 9. Come on, it's got to be worth a bid of 1,000, surely. It's on sale with you at 900 only. 900. Remember, the edition was only 190. You got 30 seconds left now. At 900 bid. At 900 bid. Is there anyone else? Yes or no? At 9, get a bid of 9. At 9, get a bid of 9. 950 bid. 950. I'll take the 50. At 950, I'll take 50 more. At 950. 950. 950 is bid. 950 is bid. Back with Ohio. At 950. 950. 950. They've been in the lead all the way. At 950. Are they getting it this time? At 950. 950, New Jersey up to you at 950, and it's about to go at 950. Last chance, last call then on this marvelous Dali at 950. I think that's being given away. I would be happy to have this in my gallery, Leif. I would say at around about 7,500. That'd be very fair. 950, 950 it's going at 950. Last chance then, rare edition, 950 going twice at 950. You got it, congratulate your bidder, well done, thank you very much. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with the show, and coming up now, lot 503. Lot 503, a beautiful, beautiful work, and it happens to be by Vincent van Gogh. This is the 1920 London edition of The Factory. And what a great image that is. Beautifully presented. Our frame has done a marvellous job. Ladies and gentlemen, Vincent van Gogh. Let's have a look at the image from 1920. It's 106 years of age. An antique master print then from the design of the great Vincent van Gogh, the copper plate engraving, printed in black ink. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to hand it over to Leif. What a lovely image. Over to you, Leif.
It's a great image, Richard. And you know, instead of me basically telling you verbally the biography, I found an amazing biographical element from the Van Gogh Museum itself. You're going to love this. Let's go to my screen. Take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the best biographies I have ever seen on Vincent van Gogh. Take a look.
This is the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. People come to this museum from all over the world to admire the paintings of Vincent van Gogh. These days, Vincent is world famous, but when he was alive, hardly anyone knew his work. Do you want to know who he was? Take a journey back in time with us, and we'll tell you how Vincent became an artist. Vincent grew up in an exciting age, the age of the steam train. Vincent took the train to other countries. He didn't really know what he wanted to be, but fortunately, his brother Theo had a good idea. He wrote, "Vincent, you're good at drawing. Why not try something with that?" That was true. Vincent loved drawing. And painting? He could learn that, couldn't he? From that point on, Vincent knew what he wanted to be, an artist. He made a start. What he enjoyed most was drawing and painting the lives of ordinary folk, like this family of farmers, the potato eaters. He was proud of what he was doing, but others didn't like it one bit. That woman's nose looks like the stem of a pipe with a die on the end of it. But Vincent carried on regardless. He wanted to be a good artist and worked hard. He just kept on practicing and practicing. And then went to live with his brother Theo in Paris. There, he learned a lot from other artists. They used lots of different colours. He liked that. Vincent began to paint with the same bright, cheerful colours. Bright reds, yellows, and blues. Vincent had little money, so he was careful with his paint. Before he started to paint, he put balls of wool together to see whether the colours looked good. See, we still have his box with the balls of wool. After a while, Paris became too busy for Vincent, and there was no one who wanted to buy his paintings. He moved further south, towards the sun and the light, to the colours. In the south of France, Vincent painted the colours of the corn, of the night, and the sea. Vincent looked very closely at the sea. After all, the sea was not just blue, it was made up of many more colours. Green, purple, blue, pink. The sea changes colour like the skin of a mackerel. Vincent wanted to paint life the way he saw it and felt it. He talked about that with others, but not everyone could understand that. What should be in a painting? Something that you can picture in your head? Or something that's there, before your eyes? Vincent sometimes even had arguments about that. That made him miserable. It made him unhappy. He became ill and confused. Very confused indeed. Have you heard the story of how he came to cut off his own ear? Luckily, there was a hospital where they could take good care of him. It was a difficult time, but he kept working when he could. He created very beautiful paintings, like this one for his newborn nephew. Once he was feeling a little better, Vincent moved to the countryside, near Paris. All he did was paint and paint. But even then, he wasn't happy. His troubles came back, and he didn't want to live anymore. Vincent wasn't very old when he died. He was a determined and curious go-getter, and in his work, he never gave up. What he can teach us is that you should do what you're good at. For Vincent, that meant drawing and painting. And you? What are you good at?
All right, let's leave it right there. Let's focus back on the artwork for 1 second. I love that bio, first of all, because it's released by the actual Van Gogh Museum, and that is quite telling, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, if you ever have an opportunity, if you've been to Amsterdam, make sure that you visit that museum. It is extraordinary. I know that some people go to Amsterdam for other reasons, ladies and gentlemen, but the cultural scene, besides the Van Gogh Museum, of course, you have the Rijksmuseum, which permanently houses Rembrandt's masterpiece, The Night Watch, which he did in 1642. But what's important about Van Gogh is to remember that, ladies and gentlemen, he only sold one painting, it is said, during his lifetime, and that was to his own brother Theo, who was his sole benefactor. But he was always in search of the perfect light from the sun. And he did find it. He found it in Provence, in a place called Arles, back in 1888. And that's when he started to produce the sunflowers. He produced that yellow house that you saw from that video and the night scenes in a feverish burst of work. Now, that occurred prior to a mental crisis that led to the famous episode of his ear to a voluntary confinement at the asylum at Saint-Rémy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I went to his asylum about 15 years ago. The town that he was living in was called Saint-Rémy de Provence. It is a stunning, picturesque, picture-perfect French little village nestled beautifully in Provence next to the lavender fields. It is absolutely stunning. So if you ever have a chance to go to France, to Provence, please do yourself a favor and take a look at Saint-Rémy de Provence. But in 1890, he moved again to a place called Auvers-sur-Oise under the care of a famous doctor called Dr. Gachet. Now, Van Gogh died on the 29th of July, 1890 in Auvers-sur-Oise from a gunshot wound. He basically tried to kill himself. The problem is he also failed at that because it took him a couple days to die from the wounds. Ladies and gentlemen, he was only 37 years old, a young man. Tragic. But it was his sister-in-law, a lady by the name of Jo Van Gogh Bonger, and Theo, who was his brother. His estate secured the posthumous fame that made him one of the most celebrated artists in history. Now, it's important to note, when we're talking about this work, let's focus on this work for a second. It's called The Factory. An important point of accuracy belongs at the head of this section because Van Gogh was a painter. You have to understand that he was not a printmaker. He produced only a single etching in his entire life. It was the 1890 portrait of Dr. Gachet. So the present copperplate engraving of The Factory is therefore a print made after Van Gogh's painting by another hand, dated from 1920. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the underlying image is genuine and well documented. Van Gogh painted The Factory, which is a glass factory in Asnières, which is a suburb northwest of Paris, between July and September 1887. That was during his Paris years. So the picture shows the chimneys and sheds of the works with rounded glass balls stacked along the path, awaiting melting into globes for gas. Now, the wave of reproductive prints after Van Gogh, ladies and gentlemen, was there to satisfy a very discerning and demanding crowd. These are very, very sought after. And in fact, ladies and gentlemen, the work's appeal is that of a vintage early 20th century engraved interpretation of a celebrated Van Gogh subject, an honest period object that carries the prestige of the image and the craftsmanship of traditional engraving, while making no claim, ladies and gentlemen, to be his best work. This certainly is stylistically a Van Gogh. Now, the medium is a copperplate engraving. It is an intaglio technique in which lines are cut into the copperplate with a burin, and it is printed in ink. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the crucial designation here in print connoisseurship, this is an afterpiece. That means that it was done after he passed away, as is very clearly noted in the age. This is in 1920. But what I'd like to remind you of, because this was printed in 1920, what does that mean? That means that you are looking at an antique. Ladies and gentlemen, anything that is over 100 years old is considered an antique. So this is a magnificent work, worthy absolutely of a strong bid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, compositionally, if we look at this in further detail, the engraving, it follows Van Gogh's painting. The factory buildings, the chimneys are set across a middle ground with the path. Take a look at that path. And its row of buildings that you see over there, the standard means by which engraving translates painted texture into black and white. This is a magnificent masterpiece, in my opinion, because it's printed in black. And by the way, the sheet depends wholly on line and tonal hatching. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the mood of this is of quiet industry, a modest corner of the modernized French landscape. And it's dignified by association with one of art's most important and beloved names. Now, understand this, that, ladies and gentlemen, what you're bidding on is the image is a documented Van Gogh composition. This was his Paris period. This is when he was in Paris. It's the Paris period glass factory, which means you own a piece tied to one of the most adored names in art, and it's a work whose subject is understood and admired the instant, and I mean that instant that anyone sees it, and there is no explanation required. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at a genuine vintage object. This is a real engraving. It's over a century old. This is not a modern poster. And why would I mention that this is not a modern poster? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Van Gogh is so popular that I've even found reproductions for close to $2,000. Let's go to my screen. Look at this. This is a reproduction. It might have been painted yesterday or a year ago. You're going to clearly see what I'm talking about here. Reproduction. You see where it says reproduction? So this is a reproduction, okay, and it's $1,700. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not bidding on a reproduction. You're bidding on a copper plate engraving that was printed in London in 1920. Let's focus back on the artwork. I also want to let you know that, and I'm sure Richard has been to the Museum of Modern Art or the Met. When you go to that museum, specifically the MoMA, I used to live in New York City. I used to live in Midtown West, which is known as Hell's Kitchen. And the MoMA is in Midtown, Manhattan. There is a poster store, there is a shop, there is a gift shop in the MoMA. And long behold, if you go into that gift shop, they sell posters of the artwork that is for exhibition in the museum. Now, these posters have this white plastic frame on them, and they're around $500 to $800. That is for a poster. Ladies and gentlemen, you're bidding on a 1920 engraving, you're only at $300. So understand that that is not apples to apples. In fact, you are looking at a traditional hand-engraved craft. So the image was translated into line, which means you own a demonstration of a near-vanished craft. This is the kind of old-world technique that collectors of works on paper specifically prize, Richard.
Thank you very much, Leif. And this is Op 503, the Vincent van Gogh. Copper plate engraving in black, and it is The Factory, a great piece, a really, really terrific image. And I'll tell you what it reminds me of. I was watching a little bit of the TV series Peaky Blinders, you know, and they're always like sort of in that sort of factory era in the 1920s and, you know, the early part of the last century, the Industrial Revolution in the UK. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it really sort of takes you back to those times, to the coal-powered chimneys. Yep. And this is Vincent van Gogh, the Dutch master. This is his impression of The Factory. It is the copper plate engraving, and it is a 106-year-old work of art. Red banner, 106-year-old work of art. Copper plate engraving, printed in black ink on woven paper, after the original. Now, obviously, the original would be millions of dollars. So if you want something over 100 years of age, great value, great image from the plates created by Vincent van Gogh, then this is the one. Printed in London, circa 1920, created after the original, and ladies and gentlemen, what an opportunity. Beautifully framed, great presentation, 106 years of age, and this really evokes the period. You know, imagine like the sort of the turn of the last century, 1910, 1920, around that time, the coal-fired chimneys there, ladies and gentlemen. So a great, great image of the era. 400 is bid. Leif, it's over to you. I'll give a 2-minute clock, and then the hammer will come down. Good luck.
Another reason this painting is so, or this engraving is so important, Richard, is that it's a catalog source painting. What does that mean? That means that the original is recorded in the Van Gogh or Van Gogh catalog raisonné and hangs in the Barnes Foundation. That's right. It's in the Barnes Foundation, which means you can trace the image to a museum masterpiece. That is a pedigree of subject that lends the print real cultural standing. And ladies and gentlemen, you've got that accessible entry to a great name, because original Van Goghs are completely unattainable to the vast majority of us, right? And that's if they come for sale. Most Van Goghs are not for sale. I mean, collectors will hold on to them for dear life, and they'll pay the $50 to $80 to $90 million for them. But by having a period engraving, 1920, which means you can own a tangible historic connection to Van Gogh's world at a fraction of the impossible. The smart collector's route to a legendary artist. That's what this is, ladies and gentlemen. You've also got that very strong decorative presence. So the industrial landscape subject is handsome and characterful, which means you gain a wall-ready image with genuine atmosphere. Something that reads as serious art, not mere ornament. On top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you have the historical document of fame, because this print embodies the 1920 explosion of Van Gogh's reputation, which means you own a piece of art history itself. That is physical evidence of the moment the world fell in love with Van Gogh. It was at this time period, folks. That's why this is so important. That's why this is so significant. It's a story that makes the object far more an image. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is also a conversation-starting work, an opening labeled work, an engraving that invites a richer story, which means you can share the genuinely fascinating tale of Van Gogh's posthumous rise every time this work of art is admired. Ladies and gentlemen, this is value that lies in the telling. Now, I just want to mention one thing for those collectors who are on the fence right now. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you are not acquiring an object. You are choosing a daily companion. The best art in a home is not decoration, it's dialogue. It catches you in the morning light. It holds the corner of your eye during a long phone call, shifts the entire feeling of a room without uttering a word. That kind of quiet, persistent beauty is rare. When you find it, you keep it. Call in and secure this work. Richard, over to you.
Thank you, Leif. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is your last chance. Now I'll give you a 1-minute clock and the final call for bids. The final call for bids, please. 1-minute clock, and I will sell it at the end of this minute, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're not bidding, you're about to lose out. And this is very, very low for such a beautiful item. 106 years of age, created in London in 1920. Created in London in 1920. On sale and with you then. Last chance. I don't bid for you, ladies and gentlemen, so you've got to call in if you want it. 400, I think it's an absolute giveaway at this level. 400, it's on sale, John. Anyone else now? At 400 only. At 400 bid. At 4, get a bid of 4, at 4, at 4. Give me your best and final bids. Thank you. Give me your best and final bids. On sale and with you. On sale all the way then. It is going this time. Leif, very surprising for such a beautiful image. Very powerful image, that one. It is going, selling and going. Best and final bids. Gavels high. Well done, you got it. Simple as that. Well done. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what we've got coming your way now. Well, a magnificent, magnificent painting, actually. A one of a kind. It's called The Travellers by the Wayside. And this is 504. It's by the Royal Academy artist David Cox the Younger, the British artist who was highly, highly popular during the 1800s. He was born in 1808. John, we got about 5 late bidders on the Van Gogh. There we go. We did give you 20 minutes on that piece, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Final call for bids. You don't get that anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that. It's only here with me. Travellers by the Wayside. Original watercolour. Now look at the quality of that. Leif, you could be standing on a hillside in England in the summer and still see that beautiful, beautiful countryside. That some areas of England are unchanged, are untouched, and this is a beautiful piece. It's The Travellers by the Wayside, original watercolour by David Cox the Younger, and it's an original painting mounted on woven paper on card, signed and dated by the artist on the lower left. Let's see if we can see that. And then it is a unique work. It was executed by Cox in 1853. Now, Leif, I would say this is a very valuable little piece, being an original, being that age. So I think if anyone gets this under 8 to 10,000, I think you've done very, very well for a masterwork like that. Look at the detail and imagine having the skill to do that in watercolour. Not easy. Over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Richard. So, ladies and gentlemen, David Cox the Younger. He was also known as David Cox Jr. or David Cox II. He was born on the 9th of July in 1809 in Dulwich. No clue where that is. Richard, I'm sure, knows. Then it was a village on the southern edge of London. Well done, Richard. And he was the son of David Cox the Elder. He was one of the towering figures of British landscape watercolor, and his career would be lived in large part in that formidable shadow. However, ladies and gentlemen, he was educated at the Hereford Grammar School and taught to paint and draw by his illustrious father. And he absorbed the family's deep command of the watercolor medium. Ladies and gentlemen, the watercolor as a medium is the most unforgiving medium that there is. Why? Because unlike acrylic, unlike oil painting, if you make a mistake, can you correct it? No, you can't. In fact, it was so arduous and laborious for artists to create works in watercolor that it was merely used as a draftsman tool to be able to build up a work of art. And it was Winslow Homer, who was one of the artists who categorically instituted the watercolor as a primordial craft within the world of art. So it is not a very old pedigree. However, David Cox the Younger pushed the limits of watercolor to a level I have never seen. And you're quite right, Richard, in saying this is a stunning piece, because it truly is. This shows the most formidable skill that we have ever seen, or I have ever seen, when it comes to creating renditions of watercolor with aspects of chiaroscuro, with the vantage point, with that tangible atmospheric flair that is very evident in every single aspect of this work of art. What makes it even more imposing and important is that he studied at the Royal Academy of London. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the mother of all artistic institutions. And he studied there from 1827 at the New Society of Painters in Watercolors from 1841, and also at the Society of Painters in Watercolors from 1848. Now, ladies and gentlemen, his subjects would range widely across the landscapes of Great Britain and also the European continent. He painted around London, including these very memorable scenes of the Norwood gypsies and the commons of the city's fringe, as well as Wales, Scotland, the Lake District, and Devon. And he traveled to paint in France and Switzerland and indeed in Italy. And it is important to mention that because it was through his travels that he was able to encapsulate that endearing atmospheric light that shines like a beacon in so many of his works of art. Ladies and gentlemen, he matured, and as he matured, he asserted his own identity through that brighter palette and also that taste for fresh, breezy effects of light. Now, he became a dependable and indeed an admired contributor of the great Victorian watercolor exhibitions. Ladies and gentlemen, he worked steadily, he worked prolifically, and he was nonetheless always measured against his celebrated father. And his prices in his lifetime, ladies and gentlemen, they saw a very robust rise because people started to recognize how exceptional he was at the watercolor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the title of this work is Travels by the Wayside. It was dated in 1853. It is a mature watercolor depicting figures pausing at the roadside within an open landscape. This is the quintessential imagery that belonged to a lot of his oeuvres. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is also a subject that sits at the very heart of English Romantic watercolor. And the wayside traveler theme, with its drovers, with its gypsies, with its wanderers, and rustic figures caught in transit through the countryside as we see here. This was a staple of not only him, but also of his father, by the way, and indeed of British landscape more broadly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the important thing is that such scenes spoke to a 19th century fascination with itinerant rural life at the very moment when railways and industry were transforming the British countryside forever. And the figure of the travel, or the traveler, what's neither settled nor wholly free, moving through a landscape shaped by weather and by time. Now, this carried, in many ways, a gentle and elegiac poetry that suited the watercolorist's gift for atmosphere and indeed for transience as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the hands of the Cox family, these subjects became meditations of light, distance, and indeed of the passing day. Now, technically, this is a masterpiece because the work is built from transparent watercolor washes that's laid over a paper support. And the brilliance of the white paper glowing up through the pigment to supply the light. The skies are worked wet in wet to capture that drifting. Let's take a look at the skies for a second. Let's zoom in on the sky. You're going to notice, ladies and gentlemen, that the skies, as you see here, they're worked on in the process called wet and wet, which basically means to capture the drifting, those changeable clouds of the British climate, while highlights are reserved by leaving the paper bare. So Cox the Younger's characteristically brighter, cleaner palette distinguishes the sheet from his father's more somber, more storm-charged effects. It gives this scene, as a result of that, a very airy freshness. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cox family, they were celebrated for their bold, broad handling and their love of rough textured papers that broke each wash into a spectacular, granular composition. Now, what's important to note is that that was a quality that a coarse Scottish wrapping paper, and by the way, I have to mention this, the elder Cox favored this, and it was later manufactured commercially as known as Cox paper. The younger Cox inherited this deep feeling for surface. He inherited that deep feeling for weather and indeed atmosphere, and a roadside subject such as this, it gave the full scope to the dramatic, the fast-moving English skies for which the family name became a byword. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the date. This was done in 1853. Why is that so important? Because in 1853, the elder Cox, David Cox's father, suffered from a stroke that would curtail his own working life, by which time Cox the Younger had long since assumed much of the teaching and indeed the steady production of exhibition watercolors. Now, it is and was very big shoes to fit in, especially given the fame of his father. But ladies and gentlemen, through his diligence and assiduous nature, not only as a human being, but as an artist who valued labor, valued intention, valued the atmospheric lighting that encompasses the entire British landscape, that became part and parcel of his palette. And that's when you look at one of his watercolors, they stand above most watercolors, Richard, that I have ever seen. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Leif, and what a stunning piece that is. And ladies and gentlemen, let's get betting on it. I had a little power bid there, and so it looks like we've got our bidder from New England in the lead, and it is David Cox the Younger. New England in the lead there. Thank you, John. And David Cox the Younger with that power bid came in at 1,000. It's very low for one of these days, gentlemen. Travellers by the Wayside. If this was in an antiquarian gallery in London, in the right frame, the right presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you easily, with his background, it could command 15,000, this piece. Could easily command 15,000. That's a fact. Travellers by the Wayside, ladies and gentlemen, it is David Cox the Younger, and his father, extremely famous as well, both Royal Academy artists, of course. British artist, 1808 to 1885, original watercolour, and this one is painting on woven paper, mounted on card, signed and dated by the artist on the lower left, a unique work executed by Cox in 1853. Extremely rare. This is a 173-year-old master watercolor. 173-year-old original watercolour. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't get Royal Academy artists for around $1,000. That is crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this one. His works are in the Royal Family Collection, and one of Queen Elizabeth's favourite artists. She loved his pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a chance to bid on this one. You've got 2 minutes with Leif now, and we will be moving on.
You know, Richard, you're not too far off when it comes to the pricing. Go to my screen, please. I want to show you what a David Cox watercolor should be selling for and what has sold for. Here we have on the Seine in Paris, okay? This one sold on the 5th of June in 2007. We're talking about 19 years ago for $14,300.
Well, the point is, as probably not most of the audience know this, but an art dealer probably bought it. They would go to the auction to buy it. They put it in their gallery to make a profit. So at $15,000, as I said, that's you know, very, very affordable for one of these. You have to make a profit. Galleries are not normally in the worst part of the city, are they, Leif?
They're usually in high-rent districts. People pay.
You know, if you buy something for $15,000, really, you've got to put it up for at least 30. So anything 15,000 around that figure is an absolute bargain for one of his works.
Well, I've got a story for you, Richard, because when I lived in New York City, I have a very dear French colleague who owned an art gallery on Madison Avenue. On Madison Avenue, New York. Do you know, we were sitting at a cafe once next to where I was living. He told me what his lease was. Do you know what he paid a month just to rent that space? Take a guess.
$200,000.
He paid $95,000 a month. $95,000 a month. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is that astronomical? Yes. But who ends up paying that? Who covers that? You do. When you walk into that gallery, they've got to make up their rent somehow. So you're the one paying the rent, not here. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. So look at, let's go back to my screen, please. Look at this. This is exactly what you are bidding on. It's a watercolor by David Cox. That's it. That's what you're bidding on. That's apples to apples. Let's go back to the work of art. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give you a rundown of why everybody should be bidding on this, because you're bidding on a unique original watercolor by one of the greatest British watercolor. This is not a print. This is not a lithograph. This is not an etching. It is not an engraving. It is not anything of the below. This is the one, only one in the world, which means you own the only example in existence. No collector anywhere can acquire its twin. And the sole ownership scarcity that drives the very top of the market is built into the object from the start. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also hand-painted throughout. Every wash was laid by the artist's own brush on the paper that you see before you, which means you hold a direct physical trace of David Cox the Younger at work, the aura of the artist's hand that no reproduction will ever supply. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are listening to me right now, I don't often recommend you bid, because I really feel it's up to you. But right now, I got to tell you, if you're watching this, bid on this. You will never regret that. Richard.
You're absolutely right there, Leif, as always. This piece, 1,600 with Idaho. Ladies and gentlemen, so Idaho in the lead with Michael's bidder at 1,600. I'll give you 1 minute, and it is the final call for bids on this beautiful 173-year-old work. The Queen would have loved this in her private collection. She loved the works of the Cox family, ladies and gentlemen, and they were of the Royal Academy. This is a great example. Final call for bids, then. Final call for bids. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got about 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left. I'll give you fair warning. We had about 3 or 4 late bidders on the Van Gogh, didn't we? We did. 3 or 4 late bidders. Don't be late. 17 is bid. Thank you. 17 I've got. 17. 17 New York at 17 bid. 17 New York now. Idaho, what would you like to bid next? At 17 bid. 17 bid. Known to sell in auction for 15,000, and that was about 20 years ago. 17 bid. 17 bid. 17 bid. 17 bid. How much? 18, you're in, Cassie. 18 bid. 18 bid. Now 2. Now 2. 18 bid. 18 bid only. 18 bid. 18 bid with Cassie's bidder. Cassie, where are they from, my dear? New York, 18 bid. 2 bidders from New York. 18 bid. 18 bid. 18 bid. Idaho, are you in? Idaho, up to you, dear boy. 18 bid. 18 bid. Thank you. Idaho's out. New York and New York then. And Michael's bidder from New York. Are you in as well? 18 bid. I've got Cassie now. 18 I sell. 18 it goes then once. Well, you've done very well, Cassie's bidder. This be a beautiful addition to your New York collection there. At 1,800 going twice at 18. What could this make in a New York gallery? Going once, going twice, sold and gone. Thank you very much. Well done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. You did very, very well there. And now we move on with the show with something completely different for you. It's slot 505, and it is Kids on Guns, the world-famous piece by Banksy, and it's from the deluxe edition executed for the New Icons exhibition at the Visual Arts Centre in Scunthorpe in England, ladies and gentlemen, which is in the beautiful county of Lincolnshire. And that was in 2022, a wonderful museum, the Visual Arts Centre there. Extremely rare, and it is lot 505 from the Visual Arts Centre by Banksy. And ladies and gentlemen, here is Leif to tell you all about this 2022 piece.
Yeah, this is a remarkable work. Ladies and gentlemen, most of you have heard about Banksy. But in doing a lot of research, I found a formidable video that tells you his secrets. I think you're going to really love it. Let's go to my screen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this.
Love the art, not the artist. Well, in the case of the famously anonymous Banksy, you pretty much have no choice. Seth Doan has one of our Sunday best, a portrait of one elusive artist.
Most artists have an obsession that defines their work. Monet had light. Hockney has color. I've got police response time. That's Banksy in his own words. Once seen as a vandal, he's now revered for his work. It sells for millions. But the famously anonymous street artist's most ambitious masterpiece may be keeping his identity hidden.
Did you hear directly from Banksy?
No, this is one of, I suppose, the great mysteries. I've never met him. I've never spoken to him.
Putting together last year's Banksy exhibition, and the only one the artist has authorized in 15 years, required extensive planning and a cover story. Gareth James, who manages the Gallery of Modern Art in Glasgow, Scotland, was telling people they'd be refurbishing the windows.
I had to keep it secret from colleagues, family, and friends.
Did you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement?
Yep.
The idea, James says, was for this show to just appear unannounced, like Banksy's work. Cut and Run, 25 years hard labor, featured the stencils for many of his best-known images and work from as far back as the late 90s. Banksy recreated his childhood bedroom, where he explains how this scene from the cult movie Jaws inspired him.
Sick vandalism. That is a deliberate mutilation of a public service message.
It showed me everything I needed to know about graffiti, he writes. It should be audacious and funny.
It seems that so much of this exhibition is the captions.
Yeah, you really maybe come away with a feeling of having an insight, or maybe even trying to get to know Banksy a bit, because that voice is there.
Banksy's political voice has always been there in his art. He often champions the underdog, be it migrants or Palestinians in the West Bank, where in the shadow of Israel's separation barrier, he created the walled-off hotel.
Was Banksy's idea.
This is Banksy here.
Yeah, this is Banksy. This is original Banksy.
His art is coveted, but of course, graffiti is not exactly legal.
The anonymity was there from the minute I met him.
It was more about avoiding problems with the police.
It was all about avoiding problems with the police and nothing to do with it being a promotional tool. Quite quickly, it became the best promotional tool anyone would ever invent.
Steve Lazaridis was an early associate of Banksy's in the working-class English town of Bristol.
What kind of guy is he?
Difficult.
In what way?
Just in that way that sometimes people are a genius at what they're doing. There's no taking away from the fact that the guy's is a legend. He was making images and messages that everyone could understand, and I think that's what was the game changer. Like suddenly someone was making art that you didn't feel stupid looking at.
He's sometimes criticized for that too, that it's too simplistic.
Yeah, but he's only criticised by, and I'm going to swear, by was in the art world. They've never liked him. They've never liked the movement. It's been at the fore now for almost 30 years, and all of that without any help from the art world.
What's interesting, though, there is now this dance between these two worlds.
But now the art world wants it.
Lazaridis says he has thousands of photos of Banksy working. Some he's published. Though they've parted ways, he has not publicly revealed the artist's identity.
It's a tough world to get into, Banksy's world.
It's not tough. It's impossible.
I deal in very important artworks by major museum artists, from Picasso to Damien Hirst, and there is nowhere near this level of secrecy or gamesmanship, almost.
What do you mean by gamesmanship?
It's a bit Wild West.
Akaris Sandeepa is one of the biggest collectors and dealers of Banksy's work out of his London gallery.
Banksy has managed to create a new set of rules within the art world, which is, if it doesn't have a certificate of authenticity, you should not sell it. You should not buy it. And that's astonishing. It also opens a quagmire of problems. What happens if the artist doesn't like an early work?
Or what happens if the artist doesn't like the person seeking the authenticity?
Yeah. Problem, right?
Cool. The art world is interesting.
Wild West.
It was Banksy's 2004 work Napalm which first piqued Sandeepa's interest.
The perfect balance of frivolity with serious elements. You know, you have a little snigger first, a little laugh, because it's lighthearted, but then you kind of suck your teeth a little. Actually, there's some weight to it.
How much is it Banksy's message? How much is it his pure skill as an artist?
He is actually quite painterly, but he's chosen to execute his work through stencils, much like Andy Warhol did through screen prints.
But there's no precedent in the art world for this.
Let's sell it now, and selling for $860,000.
Shredding a piece seconds after it was sold at auction for $1.4 million. An irreverent middle finger to the establishment is a theme of his work, but the stunt actually added value. The shredded painting resold a few years later for $25 million. Yet the artist's identity...
I'm going to stop it right there, and I want to go to the artwork, please. I want to repeat what you just saw in that video. There is no other artist I know of in the world that would take a work of art to auction that is destroyed at auction and then sells for 10 times the amount. That is Banksy, ladies and gentlemen. That is the world of Banksy. Now, the title of this work is Kids on Guns, and it's his most poignant. It is one of his most enduring images. In fact, the composition first appeared back in 2003. And it was issued originally as a screen print in an edition of 25. And it depicts the stenciled silhouettes, as we can see clearly here, of two children, a boy and a girl, standing atop a mound of what? Of guns and weapons, with a red heart-shaped balloon, ladies and gentlemen, floating overhead. This is a absolutely quintessential Banksy, and the meaning is characteristically direct. It is also double-edged, by the way, because the children embody innocence. They embody love. They embody hope. The hill of weapons beneath them embodies the violence, the fear, and the conflict of the adult world. The red heart balloon links the image directly to Banksy's most famous motif, the girl with the balloon. And the picture reads at once as a tender plea for hope amid war, and as a stark warning of what awaits if humanity keeps climbing that particular hill. And I think that this work is perfect for the day and age in which we live in. This, to me, is what real art is all about. A direct transmission, ladies and gentlemen, of the occurrences globally and of society being reflected back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at was printed in thick wove paper, and was issued as part of a deluxe edition. Now, it's important to note that this motif that you're looking at here has recurred across Banksy's output in several forms, as wall stencil, as hand-pulled screen print, and later as lithograph. So each restating the same essential confrontation between childhood and weaponry. Now, its power lies in its restraint. Because, ladies and gentlemen, by reducing the scene to flat silhouette and a single red accent, Banksy lets the viewer, that is you, my friends, who are watching right now, you supply the feeling, which is why the image has resonated across 20 years of changing conflicts and remains as legible and affecting today as when it first appeared on the wall. Now, that democratizing impulse is itself thoroughly Banksy. In 2013, during his New York residency, he set up an unmarked stall in Central Park selling genuine signed canvases for $60 a piece to the unsuspecting passersby, which was an amazing. I wish I had been in New York back then. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine if you were walking in Central Park and you saw him selling them? Now, a deadpan commentary on how art's value is manufactured. In fact, the 2022 lithograph of Kids on a Gun belongs to that same spirit. A way of owning a powerful, instantly recognizable Banksy image at the accessible end of his market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to, if I can find it, I found an amazing short video that describes this work. This work is one of the most beloved. Let's go to my screen. Take a look at this. He talks about this piece specifically.
Banksy's. This just speaks huge, huge volumes. And sadly, it's timeless as well. You know, we keep finding ourselves in this position. It's got that first sort of hit, a little bit of humor, or that little bit sort of nice feeling, and then you start paying attention to really what's going on. For me, I see hope. The next generation, my kids, they're going into tough times, but I think they also have the wherewithal about them. They've got something different to previous generations, which I think will be able to not only withstand, but I think really take control and make this world so much better. And for me, that's encapsulated perfectly. They've risen above the difficulties, risen above the warfare, the futility, the nonsense, the tragedy. And there they are, still looking at each other, teddy bear in hand, heart balloon flying high, soaring. Let's hope that's how the world unfolds.
Isn't that a beautiful video? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pass it to Richard very shortly, but before I do that, I just want to show you how much this typically sells for in the market. Can we please go to my screen? So here we have exactly apples to, this is exactly what you are bidding on right now, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly the same. This is selling for $3,500 right now. So you have a choice. You could place a bid. Right now, we're only at $450, or you can buy it online at $3,500. Richard.
It's only another 3,000 left. So there we go. 475 is bid. Thank you, John. Banksy, offset lithograph in colour, Kids on Guns, and here is your certificate of authenticity. The offset lithograph in colour on thick woven paper. It is from the deluxe edition of the museum, which was executed for the New Icons exhibition at the Visual Arts Centre in Scunthorpe, England, 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful place, Scunthorpe, very desirable area, extremely rare, and ladies and gentlemen, beautiful centre there, the Visual Arts Centre, very, very pleasing visually. And ladies and gentlemen, 2022 work, and this is here to be sold, ladies and gentlemen. Only just been released by the museum, so we're lucky to have this here. And it is called Kids on Guns, and it is his famous image that was created to support the charity for the children of the Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, your chance to bid on it. Don't miss this opportunity. We're under $500 at the moment. Let's give you the 2-minute clock, and then we take it over to Leif. It will be selling. Let's get bidding.
I want to look once again at what's selling online because I want to show you guys. So let's go back to my screen. So again, as I mentioned, folks, this is exactly, and I mean, it is apples to apples. You know what I love? Look at how many people viewed this today. 10 people already viewed this today. And this is going to sell for this price. I mean, talk about timing, right? You are at the right time, at the right place right now. You're getting this, ladies and gentlemen, for a fraction. People on eBay love this kind of stuff, for example. Look at this. 10 people already viewed this today. You are watching the auction, and you're having a chance to bid on it for 6 times, if not 7 times less. There's a lot of calls coming in right now. Ladies and gentlemen, you finally figured out what you're looking at. Take advantage of that. Let's go back to the work of art. So, ladies and gentlemen, the image is a masterclass in stencil work. Flat black silhouettes against that open ground. The 2 children rendered with just enough detail to read as tender and vulnerable. The mound of weapons reduced to a jagged, anonymous mass. And that single spot of red, the heart balloon, carries the entire emotional charge of this composition. Ladies and gentlemen, the mood of this work of art is the signature Banksy paradox. It is sweet and savage at once, hopeful and accusatory, a children's book tableau built on a foundation of weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding on globally iconic imagery. The Kids and Guns is one of Banksy's most recognized, one of the most recognized out of all of his compositions. I mean, this is pretty much as if you were bidding on, Richard, on The Girl with the Balloon, which is his Mona Lisa. So, ladies and gentlemen, there has never been a better time. There has never been a better time to collect Banksy than right now. Especially, I don't even have to tell you how great this price is. I mean, it is ridiculously low. Ridiculously low. Richard.
Well, only 3,000 under what they're selling for, ladies and gentlemen, so not too bad. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you the final minute now. 1 minute. Final call for bids, so give me your best and final bids if you want it. It's got to go the spectacular image of the one and only Banksy, a very famous piece indeed. Final call for bids, you got 50 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen, and we're in at 5:50. Best and final bids now. Best and final bids. Anyone else now? Anyone else now on the wonderful Banksy? Great, great image. This is one of those iconic images, Leif. I mean, it's already iconic, but in decades to come, people will look back at this one, won't they? You know, and yeah, it is, yeah, and. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great opportunity at that price. Thanks to Leif, he does all the research, and he found at today's market price, this same piece, $3,500. So your chance, you're about $3,000 under. 6 is bid. 6 is bid. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. Is there another 50 to move on? It's got to go. It's selling now. It is on sale. And with your best and final bids, last chance. The time is up. The time is up. Best and final bids now, John. Going once. 650. Just in time. 650 bid. Best and final bids now. Best and final bids, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's fair warning. Fair warning on this Monday night super auction here, Leif. I'll take another 50 to move on. Take another 50. Is there 50 more? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Best and final bids on the Banksy from the Visual Arts Centre, just released by the museum in the UK. So you got a chance. Going once then. Going twice. Gavels high. Got to be quick. Got to be quick. Got to be quick. Best and final bids. Anyone else? Sold and gone. You did well. Congratulate your bidder. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on with the show. And coming up now, something completely different for you. A wonderful piece. It is the view of Rouen in France, Vue de Rouen. And let's have a look at this beautiful image from 1892. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lot 506. A great, great scene of Rouen in France. and is the original etching printed in olive green on watermarked arches-laid paper, hand-pulled from the copper plate, executed by Lozère Paris in 1891, extremely rare. First date, first printing, published in a very small experimental edition by Lecomte de Paris in 1892. It is another example of the rare portfolio containing the present work was added to the collection of the British Museum in London between 1881 and 1900. The portfolio is referenced and it is recorded in the 1903 catalogue of the works. Ladies and gentlemen, an extremely important piece. John, it's lot 506. I expect strong bidding on this one. Anyone getting this piece, I think, under about 10,000, you've done incredibly well. It's the sister piece, as Leif knows, is in the British Museum. Over to you, Leif. Good luck. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, his entire and full name was Jacob Abraham Camille Pizarro. He was born in July 1830. In Charlotte-Amalie, he was born in St. Thomas. I have been there many times. I know Richard has as well. It was then part of the British, or should I say the Danish West Indies, into a Sephardic Jewish merchant family. Now, his Caribbean birth gave him Danish nationality and a lifelong sense of being an outsider, even as he became one of the central figures of French art. Folks, he was sent to school near Paris when he was only 12 years old, by himself. And he discovered a passion for drawing when he returned to St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands now, to work in his family business. Now, he instead sketched obsessively, and together with a famous Danish painter called Frits Melby, he spent time working in Venezuela before settling permanently in France, and that was in 1855. Now, in Paris, he studied informally, and he fell under the influence of Corot, who was a fantastic and famous realist, and indeed the Barbizon landscape painters. Pizarro became the great organizing spirit of Impressionism. Ladies and gentlemen, he was the only artist to exhibit in all 8 of the only one to exhibit in all 8 Impressionist exhibitions between 1874 and 1886. And his generosity and his steadiness made him a mentor and father figure to younger artists. Both Cézanne and Paul Gauguin regarded him as a teacher. The latter writing that he was one of my masters and I do not deny him. That's according to Paul Gauguin. So you're looking at the father of Impressionism, folks. Now, in the mid-1880s, he was restlessly experimental. He basically embraced the neo-impressionist and the pointillist technique of Georges Seurat and Signac, which broke his color into systematic dots before returning in his last years to a more free, a more, I would say, instinctive touch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he lived in a place called Éragny-sur-Epte, which he settled in 1884, and he produced his celebrated late series of the City Views, together with that very famous boulevards of Paris and the quays and the bridges and the streets of Rouen, Le Havre, and Dieppe. Now, he was a committed anarchist in his political convictions. He believed profoundly in the dignity of rural labor. Folks, we're still getting calls for the Banksy. That's how popular that was. And peasants at work in the fields recur throughout his painting as emblems of an unspoilt, pre-industrial way of life. Now, his openness to new ideas was remarkable for a man of his generation. Well into his 50s, he adopted and then abandoned the rigorous pointillism of the younger Georges Seurat, and he was always restless to test what painting and printmaking could be made to do. Now, among the Impressionists, ladies and gentlemen, he was also the most dedicated and inventive printmaker. He was treating etching as a serious creative medium, but he was troubled in later life by a chronic eye ailment, and he worked on basically undaunted until his death in Paris on the 13th of November in the year 1903. But he left a body of paintings and prints that places him at the very foundation of modern landscape art. That is how important Camille Pissarro was. And ladies and gentlemen, all I got to tell you is that most Pissarros, you've got to pay money to go into the top museums to see it, because they're in museums. It is very rare to find any Pissarro works, and this being a work that was and is the sister piece. I want you to listen very carefully right now, because this is one of the most important things I'm going to say at today's auction. A sister piece to this work of art was collected by the British Museum in London in 1881. The sister piece to this, folks. So the portfolio is referenced as 785L10. Richard will be reading you that certificate of authenticity. The title of the work is Vue de Rouen, or The View of Rouen, which belongs to his deep and lifelong engagement with the great Norman port city of Rouen. We're talking about Normandy. Many of you know it from the Second World War. But he first worked there in 1883 and returned repeatedly in the 1890s, and he produced very famous series of paintings and prints of its working quays, its bridges such as Le Pont Bois d'Ilieu, its narrow medieval streets, and its tree-lined riverside promenades. Now, the stunning town and city of Rouen, ladies and gentlemen, with its blend of Gothic grandeur and indeed that industrial modernity, it fascinated him as a subject matter. So what you're looking at is a etching. It's an original etching, folks. An original etching. This is a lifetime original etching by Pissarro. It doesn't get much better than that unless you collect an original oil painting. But if you're ready to pay the millions, and if that is within your means, and if you find one available for sale, absolutely go for the original oil painting. But ladies and gentlemen, this etching presents a view along the river. And it is that river of Cours-la-Reine, that tree-lined promenade beside the Seine, the beautiful Seine that runs across Paris. With the water, you got that reflected bank, you got those small figures that are animating the scene. Now, painted in that soft olive green ink, the impression takes on a tonal, almost this atmospheric quality that's quite different from a plain black pull. So the colored ink lends the riverside an enveloping dusk-like mood. It is a magnificent etching. Pissarro, by the way, he was the most experimental etcher of the entire Impressionist circle. And he worked closely at times with Degas. Edgar Degas was the famous Impressionist who painted ballerinas. And he treated the copperplate as a field for endless invention. He combined etching and dry point and aquatint and a tonal technique that was known in French as la manière grise. And he pulled these successful and successive states, which in French they call les états, in which he reworked and reconsidered the image. Now, he frequently printed his own plates in very small numbers, varying the inks, the wiping, and the papers from one impression to the next, so that each lifetime pull is in effect semi-unique. That's what's so magnificent about this work, folks. So again, this was touched by Pissarro. This is an original etching. It was done in 1892, during the last years of his life. He did this, in fact, 5 years before he passed away, folks. That's how important this is. Now, Rouen, as a city, held a very special place, by the way, in Impressionistic mythology, because its forests of masts, its smoking chimneys, and its ancient Gothic stone, it embodied the meaning of old and new France simultaneously. And it was both Pissarro and his dear friend Claude Monet. Ever heard about his friend Monet? They treated the city as a place to study the same motifs under these endlessly shifting light and weather as well. And that's why he dedicated so much time with the Barbizon School of Art. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important to know, before I hand it over to Richard, who's going to be talking to you about that certificate of authenticity, and when he does, I highly encourage you to listen very carefully indeed. But again, there were 8 exhibitions that the Impressionists did. He is the only artist that partook in every single exhibition of the Impressionists. The only one. This is the father of Impressionism, ladies and gentlemen. And what is that Impressionism? There are 3 underpinnings that categorically speak about Impressionism. in order for a work of art to be impressionistic, it must adhere to these underpinnings. That is open composition, the French call it au plein air, visible brushstrokes, and the emphasis on the changing qualities of light. This is a masterpiece. Richard.
Thank you, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, it is Camille Pissarro then, the French master. Born in 1830, he died in 1903. 1903. So, a couple of important dates for you. Very important one, 1892. That's when it was created. When did he die? 11 years later, in 1903. So, when this was created, he was at the height of his fame at 62 years of age, a very young man. Ladies and gentlemen, Camille Pissarro, French master, born in 1830, died in 1903. This is the View de Rouen, and ladies and gentlemen, it's an original etching printed in olive on watermark arches-laid paper. It is hand-pulled from the original copper plate executed by, and we've heard this name many times before, haven't we? The great Lozay of Paris, who worked in collaboration with the masters like Pissarro. So he created the copper plate engraving on the copper plate. Ladies and gentlemen, he was the master in Paris at the time. He did that in 1891. Bidding's going on in the background. Once again, if you get this under 10,000, I think you've done very well. Extremely rare. First date, first printing, published in a very small experimental edition by Lecomte of Paris. So this was an experimental edition, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very small edition indeed. Typically, when they did those experimental editions, John, didn't really tend to do more than 5, to my knowledge. That's correct. Okay. Another example of the rare portfolio containing the present work was added to the collection of the British Museum in London between 1881 and 1900. The portfolio is referenced and it is recorded. This is recorded in the 1903 catalogue of the works at the museum. Ladies and gentlemen, so there we go, lot 506 recorded, and the experimental edition. And once again, normally not more than 5 of those were ever made, but let's see what this one makes. It survived. It has survived, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. A very, very long time indeed. 100, and I think it's around about 134 years now. Ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful, beautiful example. Get bidding on this. It is a great, great museum piece. The British Museum has one. Who's going to get the other one? Here's Leif. Good luck. 2 minutes.
When we're talking about his original etchings, they're hard to find, folks. I mean, it's really hard to find. I was able to source one on Art Price. Let's go to my screen, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not even one of the highest selling ones. There are etchings that have sold for over $300,000. So let's look at this. This is Camille Pissarro. This was done in 1890. The one you're bidding on is from 1892. This one sold for $82,500. That's an etching dry point, and it's the second state. Now, understand, look at, please, the year in which it sold. This sold on the 18th of November, 1993 at Sotheby's. Ladies and gentlemen, with inflation, you're looking well over $150,000, $170,000 today for this, with inflation. I mean, it is an absolutely remarkable opportunity. Am I saying that this work should fetch $82,000? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that works similar that used etching and dry point, done 2 years earlier, have had sales for as much as $82,500, and that was a long time ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you, when you are looking at these kind of works, do not hesitate. We are so fortunate that we have something like this available for sale. This is a museum work. Let's go back to the work of art. This is a museum work. People pay money to go into museums to see what you're bidding on right now. That is a fact. Especially because It's not only an etching with dry point, and by the way, I misspoke. The one you're bidding on is also dry point, so it's pretty much the same thing I showed you. And it combines several intaglio techniques on a single plate. It's got that acid bit and etch line. It has the velvety burr of the dry point. I explained earlier what a dry point is. And that aquatint for areas of tone. My goodness, this is phenomenal. Now, Pizarro, and it's lifetime. This was done by Pizarro, folks. I mean, I can't believe what we're at. We're at what? We're at $1,300 for a lifetime Pizarro? What an opportunity. I mean, this is the lowest hanging fruit I've seen in a long time at our auctions, folks. Lowest hanging fruit. And it gets even better, because the one you're looking at is, ladies and gentlemen, in the Dale Teal catalog. The composition is quintessential Pizarro, that calm horizon of river and bank. The eye carried along the promenade into that soft atmospheric distance. Figures lightly indicated to give scale and life. So there is no drama of subject. The drama is all in the light, air, and indeed that reflection. The olive ink unifies the sheet in a single warm tonality, and the etched and aquatinted passages basically reads as gradations of one enveloping color rather than a stark black and white. And that is an effect that's closer to a tonal painting, by the way, than a conventional line etching. Richard.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, John, who's in the lead, please, at 1,300? Virginia, thank you very much. Lot 506. 1,300 is bid. I'll give you the 1 minute clock. And the final call for bids, please. The final call for bids. Fair warning, 1 minute clock. And this, well, to the best of my knowledge, they only ever did about 5 of these experimental proofs. And ladies and gentlemen, one of them, the sister piece, is catalogue referenced in the 1903 British Museum catalogue. It doesn't get better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine if the British Museum put theirs up for sale with that history, with that reference, and it came from the same plate, pulled at the same time, probably about 10 minutes before this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it may have been 10 minutes after it, but it was done on the same day in Paris. The plate engraved, it's going then. Virginia then, it's unbelievable. 13 bid, 1,300, 1,300. Last chance, last call. 1,300. Who's the underbidder there? At 1,300, 1,300. 1,300. We got bidders calling in now. 14 bid, yes or no? Yep. 14 bid. At 1,400. I should think so. Illinois at 1,400 bid. At 1,400. I should think so. Let's zoom in one last time on this magnificent image. Look at it. Drop the graphics. I want you to enjoy that. The only other chance you'll get to see that piece is in the British Museum. At 1,400 bid, 14 bid, 14 bid, 14, 15 bid now. At 1,500, last chance, last call. At 1,500, another one if anyone at 15. The British Museum has one. Will you get the other? 1,500 bid. At 1,500 bid, another one if anyone at 15 bid. At 1,500, it's got to sell. At 1,500, what a piece. Leif, your final thoughts. I'm about to drop the hammer. It is on sale.
My final thoughts are this. You are bidding on an authentic, impressionistic etching. This is an original intaglio print pulled from Pizarro's own worked copper plate, which means you own a genuine work by a founding father of Impressionism. Richard.
Thank you very much. It's on sale and with you now. 17. It's back with Virginia at 1,700. Virginia in the lead, and it's going this time then at 17 bid. 1,700 only. Well, I think this is one of the deals of 2026. One of the deals of 2026. John, that is magnificent to own a Pizarro. There were only 5 of these in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going. One of them's in the British Museum. You got the other one, and maybe the other 3 didn't even survive. So who knows? 17, it's going then. 17, final call for bids. It's on sale. It goes this time once. Going twice, gavels high. You did very well. Please congratulate your bidder. Excellent, excellent piece. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. We move on with the show. Lot 507 then is, we've still got people calling in about the Banksy apparently. Lot 507, Salvador Dali, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you love the Divine Comedy and if you love Salvador Dali, this is the one for you. This is the one for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's called The Source. It is an original woodcut engraving in colour, printed on BFK Reeves woven paper. First edition, 4 years it took them to create these, Leif. As you know, 3,000 individual wooden blocks had to be created over a 4-year period to recreate these as wood block engravings. That means there were 101 paintings, approximately 30 wood blocks per piece, therefore 3,000 hand-carved wooden blocks. The problem with this process, Leif, is not only did it take 4 years, I don't think there's many people alive today that could do it. So if you tried to do it today, it'd be a multi-million-dollar project. This is unbelievable and a beautiful, beautiful example of the Divine Comedy. Up next with Leif.
You know, I agree completely, Richard. And in fact, as a segue, you would need an army of some of the most accomplished woodcutters on the planet, which is impossible to source because it's a form of art that has pretty much died out. So what you're looking at will never exist again. Let's look at my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce to you a phenomenal short bio of Salvador Dali.
I think today, if Salvador Dali was around, he would have a really cool website.
Born on May 11, 1904, in Figueras, Spain, Salvador Dali's eccentric nature and talent for self-promotion made him the most famous representative of the Surrealist movement and one of the most widely recognized artists in the world.
He was the first person who came to a conclusion that public relations was more important than talent. The only difference is that he had tremendous talent.
When Dali was 16 years old, his mother passed away.
This had a profound effect on him because in his mind there were two tragedies. One, the loss of his mother, who he loved dearly. And number two, the fact that she would be forgotten. And he vowed never to be forgotten.
In 1922, Dali moved to Madrid and studied at the School of Fine Arts.
Dali has such a precise technique because he studied Vermeer, he studied Velázquez, he studied Rembrandt. Dali said, only after you have perfected the technique of the masters can you develop your own style.
In August 1929, Dali met his future wife, a Russian immigrant named Gala.
He had this obsession with Gala. She understood the business world, she understood the art world. And she met Dali and she said, here's a person that I can make very famous because he has the ability, he seems to be good at getting attention. So Gala took him to the next level.
While Dali's artistic output is enormous, he is most often associated with images of melting clocks. In 1931, he painted The Persistence of Memory, his most famous work.
There have been many theories about the significance of the melting clocks. On Dali's deathbed, scientists approached him and asked if it had something to do with Einstein's theory of relativity. And Dali said, no, it's based on my perception of camembert cheese melting in the sun.
In 1934, Dali's political views led him to be expelled from the Surrealist ranks.
Dali would say, the only difference between me and the Surrealist is that I am a Surrealist. And of course, his name became synonymous with Surrealism.
In 1936, he created what would become two of the most iconic objects of the Surrealist movement, his lobster telephone and Mae West lip sofa.
Almost anything he undertook, he did well. He could write, he was a movie maker.
He worked with Alfred Hitchcock doing the backdrops for Spellbound.
Bizarre and outlandish, Dali often took part in performance pieces that were despised by critics.
They wouldn't take him seriously because he threw bricks through Bonwit's window. He brought elephants up Fifth Avenue with Barnum and Bailey's circus. He did everything for PR.
They wanted their artists to be brooding and inaccessible, much like Picasso. I mean, artists did not carry around an ocelot, nor did they do Alka-Seltzer commercials.
The Metropolitan Museum of Modern Art in New York gave Dali his own retrospective exhibit in 1941, and in 1942, his autobiography, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali, was published.
Whatever he made sold. In fact, the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg was started by one of his collectors.
In 1974, he finished Dalí Teatro Museo in Figueres, Spain.
This was a culmination of his lifetime worth of work. He had achieved immortality, the museum being a representation of his life.
After the death of his wife Gala in 1982, Dalí became a recluse, and on January 23, 1989, he died of heart failure at the age of 84.
What is happening now is that the adverse opinions of him by the academic world is forgotten. His impact and his effect is first being felt now, being recognized as probably one of the greatest surrealists that ever lived.
Let's go back to the work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever have a chance when you are in Spain, if you ever go to Spain and Barcelona specifically, Figueres is just a hop, skip, and a jump from the beautiful Catalan city of Barcelona. And I really, really recommend you go to the Dalí Museum because it is the largest surrealist building, if you will. The entire building is done in that surrealist form. And it's fascinating to me because when I go to Barcelona, I've been there a few times, what always inspires me is the Sagrada Familia. Richard, have you seen the Sagrada Familia? Do you know that it took 240 years to build that? And they just completed it. Just completed. It's just been completed. That is, took 240 years. So that is by Gaudi, which has been used so much in terminology. People call Gaudi, but it's actually Gaudi. And he was a master Catalan of figure and form and exaggerated narratives, very much like Salvador Dalí. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we're looking at here, many of you are familiar with the Divine Comedy. First of all, the title is called The Source. And it's one of the 100 wood engravings that Dalí created to illustrate Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy. That is the supreme poem of the Italian Middle Ages. And ladies and gentlemen, this work corresponds to Canto 21 of the section known as Purgatorio, which is purgatory in English, and is the second of the poem's 3 realms. It was printed in delicate color on fine BFK Reeves paper. Now, the project was monumental in every sense because Dalí, he was originally approached around 1950 in connection with the coming 700th anniversary of Dante's birth. And over the following years, he produced 100 watercolors interpreting the poem. Ladies and gentlemen, these were then translated under the Paris publisher Joseph Fauré and the house of Les Heures Claires into wood engravings. This was a process so exacting that it required the cutting of more than 3,500 separate blocks of wood and close to 4 years of skilled labor. What I think is so compelling about this, and both Richard and I spoke about the fact, I doubt any artist would spend a decade in the creation. Not only, first of all, he did the watercolor, which then the wood blocks were done from. So it is a tour de force when it comes to Dalí's works. And in fact, the Divine Comedy, folks, is very prized indeed. I want to show you what the commanding price in the market is. So the record price for a single print from the Divine Comedy. Let's go to my screen. Look at this, folks. This is Dante, the Divine Comedy, Salvador Dalí. It's exactly the same artist, same suite you're bidding on. And it's exactly the same medium. This is a woodcut on BFK Reef paper, just like ours. But this is the record for one of these, and it sold for $68,000. That was back on the 15th of July in 2014 in Bottoms. And that's also in the Michelin Lopsinger. It's a quantity of only 100. So ladies and gentlemen, why am I showing you the record price for a auction record? We don't know about the private sales, but this is an auction record. This is a public entity, it's public knowledge. Because when you hit these kind of prices, it has a buoyant effect on the market. It basically uplifts the entire market of these works. And we are approaching the day and the time when it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find these. Why? Well, is Dalí alive? No, he passed away in 1989. Ladies and gentlemen, every day that goes by, it becomes harder to find these, especially the ones with proper documentation. Let's go back to the work of art. So, if I may, to be able to grasp the difficulty the complexity of creating these woodcuts, I think the best thing is to show you how these were made. So let's go over to my screen, please. So ladies and gentlemen, the way that these were made, they're called decompositions. So they start with only one color, one block of wood at a time. So this gives you the idea exactly of how these were made. So they will first create an impression of this background. This is just for this specific work. And then if you look at number 1 and number 2 together, that becomes number 3. Number 4 and number 5 together and 6 become number 7. Look at all of the steps that are required, step by step by step. You have to let the ink dry. And also, another layer of difficulty is that these have to be printed, they are printed backwards. Because when you create an impression from the block of wood, and you pull the impression from that block of wood, it comes backwards. So that adds such a tremendous layer of difficulty. And if you notice, all the way down here, folks, just for this single one, there were, look at this, 67 different passes to create this work of art. Richard.
Well, it's also been passed another time now because no one's bid. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. That has to be, I think, Leif, out of the 101 images, it's got to be one of the most exquisite of the 101 paintings. Stunning piece. Salvador Dali, not one bid on it, ladies and gentlemen. John, please get ready with the next work of art. I don't bid for people, so we have to withdraw it then, ladies and gentlemen. It will be taken out. If I don't see a bid by the time it reaches 1 minute, John, get ready to bring in something else. Okay, so we got about 1 minute and 40 seconds to see a bid. If not, we'll take it out and bring in something else. There we go. Salvador Dali. I think this one, Leif, is worth a bid. If you get this, to be honest with you, under 2,500, you absolutely should be laughing. But I can't bid for you. The source, catalogue reference then, original woodcut, you got about 1 minute left. Original woodcut engraving in colours, printed on BFK Reeves woven paper. First edition, 1960 to 64. Excuse me, published by Edition des Arts, Les Heures Claires of Paris, and it is a great piece, ladies and gentlemen. You got about 1 minute left. You got about 1 minute left. If I don't see a bid, John, it has to go out. It is a great piece. Wonderful work, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely stunning. Now, come on, America. What on earth's wrong with you? Should be getting bids on this one for well over 1,000. If you get it under 2.5, I think you've done well. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 30 seconds left. I'll let you go straight over to Leif, and then if we don't get a bid, it's going out. So there we go. Here's Leif.
Gentlemen, you are bidding on a cataloged Dali. I just want to let everybody know that, yes, you can find Divine Comedies online, but ladies and gentlemen, many of them are not cataloged. I mean, you're bidding on a catalog work. This is in the Michelin Lopsinger number 1093. This is a catalog Dali. And it is also the first edition, folks. You're bidding on the first edition. It's so hard to find these. So when you go online and you see work similar to this, please do your due diligence. So this is a color wood engraving. It is a relief process, xylography, in which the image is cut, as I was showing you, into the end grain of wood. And here the multiple blocks, one per color, were printed in registration to create Dali's original watercolors. This work is also published in Paris by Les Heures Claires with the collaboration of Joseph Fauré, and houses responsible for the entire monumental Dante project. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also, again, this is a recorded work. It's in the Michelin Lopsinger catalog of Dali's prints as number 1093. So a catalog raisonné is the definitive scholarly inventory of an artist's graphic work. The catalog number is the single most important confirmation of a Dali's print's authenticity. Richard.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you 1 minute and it is the final call for bids. Took you a moment to get bidding, but thank you, we're underway now. 1 minute, final call for bids. It's on sale and with you. Take another 25 to move on. Give me your best and final bids now. Give me your best and final bids on this beautiful, beautiful piece. It is, in my opinion, as a Dali fan, a Dali collector, and ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you'll find a better looking image than this in the entire Divine Comedy. It is on sale and with you. Any further bids now? Best and final bids now. Last chance, last call. It's on sale and with you then. On sale and with you. On sale all the way. The hammer's about to come down. You got 20 seconds fair warning. Final call for bids. Final call for bids. Best and final bids now. Best and final bids. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? John, we've got to move on. We're moving on. We gave enough time on this one. I'm surprised it didn't make more, Leif, but it's a beauty. What a beauty. Whoever gets this, congratulate yourself. I think you've done incredibly well, and you're going to love this for years to come. For that price, unbelievable. Hammers high, sold and gone. Well done. Congratulate yourself. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with the show. As simple as that. As you see, I don't bid for you, I had to wait, but we got there in the end very, very low, but we did get the bidding going in the end. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, another great master. Doesn't get much bigger than this man. This is a lifetime work, Leif. Absolutely stunning. 1906, we've been graced with some beauties here today. This is lot 508. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this, we've mentioned museums already, but this really ought to be in a museum, Leif. It is that good. It is the Bather Bagneurs, and it is a catalogue reference work by Stella number 23. It is an original etching in black ink on cream-laid paper, executed in Paris in 1906 by Pierre-Auguste Renoir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste time on this one. It is really a collector's piece. John, I think if there was an antiquarian gallery offering this one, they'd be very, very happy to have it somewhere around 16 to 20,000. It is that rare, it's that beautiful, and the condition is unbelievable. We're not going to ask you 16, we're not going to ask you 15 or even 10. Let's get this underway. I'll kick it off at $1,000 on this, the catalogue referenced 1906 Renoir. Here's Leif.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a rundown, if you've never heard about Renoir, you're going to want to listen to this. Let's go to my screen, please. All right, take a look. Ladies and gentlemen,
Pierre Renoir was born to humble beginnings as the son of a tailor and a seamstress. When he was 4, his family moved to Paris, where the young Renoir had his first encounter with art in the Louvre. Renoir left school at 13 years old to work in a porcelain factory. He was talented and was chosen to paint designs on the fine china. After work, he would return to the Louvre, where he copied and studied the work of the old French masters. But the porcelain factory went bankrupt and left Renoir jobless. At 21, he entered art school, and to help pay the bills, he painted decorations on blinds, fans, and signs. Renoir soon became friends with fellow students Claude Monet and Alfred Sisley. These young men would become renowned for their art, but for now, Renoir struggled to even afford paint. Renoir wanted to make a career for himself as a painter, so he worked towards being exhibited at the Paris Salon. Coming from working-class roots, this must have been a daunting task, but he wanted to succeed as an artist, and the Salon was the place to be. He had his first painting accepted into the Salon when he was only 23. The painting was based on the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but Renoir must have had reservations about the work because he later destroyed it. He still struggled to make a living, relying on his friends to share their homes or studio space. He often found himself with his old art school friend Claude Monet, painting side by side on the banks of the Seine, where they observed the momentary effects of light on the rippling water. What they discovered would become known as Impressionism. On April 15, 1874, Renoir participated in the Impressionists' first exhibit. Held in a Paris studio and lit with a mixture of natural and gaslight, each painting was hung on the same level, so they would all be viewed fairly. 3,500 people visited over the course of the month, but business was not as brisk as they had hoped, and each artist was left in debt. The overall response to the exhibit was not favorable, but Renoir's painting, Dance at le Moulin de la Galette, received critical acclaim. He began to find financial success and a market for his work. By the early 1880s, thanks to his recent success, Renoir took the opportunity to travel to Algeria and Italy. It must have been such a luxury for an artist who, as a boy, had to drop out of school so he could work in a factory. In Italy, Renoir was awed by the beauty and lasting effects of the Renaissance works. Renoir's work was shifting as he was becoming dissatisfied with the momentary nature of Impressionism. He wanted to create something with more structure, more staying power that echoed the works of the classical Renaissance. In 1890, Renoir settled down and married his longtime girlfriend, and together they started a family. They moved to a new country home in the warm climate of the Mediterranean coast. Renoir found contentedness in his new life, taking pleasure in painting scenes of his family. In his old age, Renoir was bound to a wheelchair and suffered from arthritis, but he continued to paint, even if he had to strap the brushes to his hands. Before he passed, Renoir got to see his paintings hanging in the Louvre amongst the old masters he admired as a young boy. On December 3, 1919, Pierre Renoir would pass away at the age of 79. Renoir was a sensuous painter who liked to depict intimate and candid compositions in his work. Even though he was a founder of Impressionism, he continued to evolve his style. To my mind, a picture should be something pleasant, cheerful, and pretty. Yes, pretty. There are too many unpleasant things in life as it is without creating still more of them.
All right, let's go to the work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, well, I just got to tell you, I have a soft spot in my heart for Renoir. I think that he was, and a lot of his characteristic and his demeanor is recorded by the time that he spent with Claude Monet at Monet's famous estate of Giverny, which is just south of Paris. So they actually collaborated on a few works of art together. But it was Renoir's palette that was probably one of the most outstanding, ladies and gentlemen, because of that softness that he would apply to the works. And you know, above all, I got to tell you, my friends, Renoir was the painter of pleasure. So what do I mean by that? Where other artists would probe anxiety or modern alienation, he insisted that a picture should be lovable, that it should be joyous, that should be a beautiful thing. And he filled his canvases with drappled sunlight, with music, with dancing and flowers, and the warm presence of the human body. And I think that it was this unembarrassed devotion to beauty, which once unfashionable among the critics, this is precisely what made him perennially beloved by the wider public. And of course, he was really a fixture at the very top of the market. He passed away on the 3rd of December in the year 1919 at Cagnes-sur-Mer, having become and having remained ever since one of the most beloved painters in the world, the supreme celebrant of life, of color, and of human happiness, ladies and gentlemen. That was Renoir. Now, this work is called Bagneuse, which in English it translates to the bather or a bather. And it's the study of a bather. It dates from 1906. 1906, what does that tell you? When did he pass away? 1919. This is a lifetime Renoir, ladies and gentlemen, besides being an antique. And, by the way, it's 120 years old. Magnificent. It belongs to Renoir's small but exquisite body of original prints. He didn't create many prints. This is one of the few ones that he did. And it is recorded in the standard catalogs of his graphic work, not only in the detail, but also in the stela. So this has a dual catalog reference. It depicts a young female figure in that contemplative, in that classical mode that I would say dominated his late art. Now, he was never a prolific printmaker, never. But in the years around 1900 to 1910, that's when Renoir started to explore etchings and dry points and soft ground etchings and also lithography with a tremendous level of sensitivity. And many of his prints were made at the instigation of the famous art dealer Ambroise Vollard, who was the man who pretty much the most famous art dealer of the 20th century. I mean, he's the guy that worked with Cézanne, with Picasso, with Miro, with Chagall. But what's important to know is that because of Ambroise Vollard commissioned and also published prints by all of the major Impressionists, and were printed by a master printer called Louis Faure. The proofs were pulled for Ambroise Vollard during Renoir's lifetime. And those often carry the signature stamped cataloged, which is a recognized mark of an authentic lifetime impression. Now, the subject is the heart of Renoir's late vision, because the bather, nude, unhurried, at one with nature, basically allowed him to pursue his lifelong themes of warmth, of sensuality, and indeed of timeless beauty. That was free of any specific narrative. When his late canvases render in these glowing flesh tones, the etching distills into a few supple, searching contours. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the soft tail of the hair, if we can zoom in on the hair a little bit, the gentle suggestion of a shoulder as well, the quiet self-absorption of the model. This is classic Renoir here. So the subject, ladies and gentlemen, is just quintessential when it comes to his overall oeuvre. But the print also belongs to a wider story, because around the turn of the century, the famous art dealer Ambroise Vollard set out to persuade the great painters, not only Bonnard, but Cézanne and Rouault and Renoir, to take up printmaking. So what you're looking at, the reason this exists, is because of the greatest art dealer of the 20th century, Richard.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, this is a fine example of the period 1906. Think about how old this piece is. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you a little example. The Queen of England, she died 4 years ago at 96 years of age. She would have been 100 years old. This was created 20 years before she was born, just to put it in perspective. 120 years ago, by the hand of Renoir. This is Bagneuse, the catalogue reference work. Now, I opened the bidding for you because I thought there's no point in wasting time. It's not a $10 piece, it's not a $100 piece. This should be in a museum, really. And I would think a fair bid on this in tonight's auction would be somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000. So there's no point to waste time and put it up for $100 because it's not going to sell for that. I started at $1,000. That's very, very low for this piece, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to give you an opportunity. We've had one bidder and one bidder only, John, on this. Where are they from, please, dear boy? California, good evening, and thank you for the bid. At 1100, at least someone knows what they're looking at, and thank you for taking part in the auction. One bidder and one bidder only at the moment. Bagneuse and the catalogue reference work, Stella 23, original etching in black ink on cream-laid paper. It was executed by the hand of the great Renoir in 1906, extremely rare and important. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't get works like this, of this caliber and this condition, not for $1,100, not even for $11,000. So you've got a good opportunity here. You've got the rest of the clock now with Leif, and it is on sale, Leif. If we only get one bid, it's on sale. California, you might be lucky. Here's Leif.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not often that when I research pricing, especially for these kind of works, that I find the same subject matter, in other words, of a bather, from the same year, Richard. Let's go to my screen. Look at this. 1906, Renoir dry point etching. Ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding on a 1906 Renoir etching. Here is one of the similar subject matter of a bather. This is Étude pour une bagneuse. That is study for a bather, okay? 1906, that is exactly the same year of the one you're bidding on. And what's the price? It's $15,000. Folks, you are at $1,100 for a lifetime Monet. Folks, I mean, please do yourself a favor. If you can afford not to compromise, don't compromise. And one of the things I got to tell you, I want you to imagine if you had this in your home right now. If you had a lifetime Renoir from 1906 in your home right now, and I would come knocking on your door, and I would offer you $1,100 for it, would you sell this to me for $1,100? Of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. Who would? So folks, smart bidders, this is yours. Take advantage of this. My goodness, what an opportunity you have here. Let's go back to the work of art. So ladies and gentlemen, understand that this etching was worked into the plate by Renoir himself. This was by Renoir's own hand. It is 1906. He pulled it in his lifetime, which means you own a genuine handmade work by one of the best loved painters in history, the artist's own line in the metal. This is not a reproduction, Richard.
I know, it's a lifetime. Come on, America, what the devil's wrong with you? I'm selling it. It is on sale with you. Come on, it's going. What is wrong with the American public this evening? California, looks like you're going to get it. 1 minute clock. Final call for bids. Final call for bids. It's going. It's about to sell. Give me your best and final bids now. Give me your best and final bids. Is there anyone else now? 50 seconds only. California, looks like you're getting it. It's about to go. Give me your best and final bids. Beverly, are you in? Are you in? Yes, thank you. 12, 13 bid. Thank you. 13 I've got. At 13, got a bid of 13. 13, you're looking extremely well. At 13 bid. At 13 bid, I'll take another one off anyone at 13. 14. 14 bid. 14 bid. Best and final bids now. California, come on, don't lose it. Don't let them steal it off you. You've been very good. 14, 14, 15, 15 bid. At 15 bid. At 15 bid. At 15 bid. Another one off anyone. At 15 bid. At 15 bid. At 15 bid. Is there another one? At 15, come on, I'll take one more. At 15 bid. At 15 bid. Another one off anyone at 15, 15. Come on, best and final bids. About to go. About to sell. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? Are you in or not? Are you in or not? It's got to go. It is selling and going then. It is on sale with you all the way. On sale with you all the way then. Take one more. Take one more. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else? New register. New registers, are they calling? Are they calling? It's lovely to see new registers. 15 bid. 15 bid. 15 with Beverly then. At 15 bid it goes. 15 bid, going once. On sale and with you. Where are they from? Washington, okay. Washington, you're in. At 1,500 it goes once, it goes twice. California, are you sure you don't want to bid again? Are you sure? It was a great, great piece. You nearly got it. It's only gone 400 over what you originally bid. At 1,500 the gavel's high. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you. Well done to you there, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Okay, well, it didn't make anywhere near what I thought it would make, but never mind. Congratulations to you. Okay, well, the next piece, ladies and gentlemen, is a wonderful opportunity for you. It's lot 509, and this is Henri Matisse. The exhibition d'affiche is a lithograph in color on thick woven paper from 1959, produced by Matisse. Actually produced by the Merlot brothers from the designs of Matisse. Ladies and gentlemen, the great, great work of Henri Matisse.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to my screen, please. I want to introduce to you a brief biography on one of the most important artists of the 20th century.
Years of his life, Henri Matisse, one of the most famous painters in the world, all but gave up painting for these huge, colorful collages made out of cut paper. Most people think of cutting colored paper as something children do, and that there's a simplicity.
What we might say, or what I might say, is that what he's doing is reducing form to its essentials, and that's one of his great achievements.
Curator Jody Houtman is one of the organizers of Henri Matisse The Cutouts at the Museum of Modern Art in New York.
Even at that point, when he had a full career, he was well known, he could have rested on his laurels, and he doesn't. He reaches for something new.
The museum owns one of his best-known paintings, The Dance, from 1909. Now look at this, more dancers. Here, Matisse used paper cutouts he could move around to figure out his composition for the famous mural commissioned in the early 1930s by the American collector, Dr. Albert Barnes. All of this looks like a dressmaker's pattern.
It does, and Matisse himself actually grew up in a textile region of France, and he collected textiles. So that connection is, I think, very significant. So he's working this out. He's pinning and unpinning, or really having his assistant pin and unpin these forms, and he's thinking through the shapes of the figures.
For decades, the cutouts were a means to an end, a tool, until in 1943, when Matisse was commissioned to produce a book called Jazz.
There are 20 images in the book, and he uses cut paper to compose each plate.
Matisse liked the look of the stuck-on bits of cut paper, but when the book was printed, all that texture was lost. Suddenly, he realized cutouts could be important, a new art form.
I went to visit him, and he had the Jazz series out all around the room, and he said, it's the work of an invalid. And of course, he still has the urge to go and to do more.
Paul Matisse, an artist himself, a sound sculptor, remembers his grandfather as driven to work, no matter what the personal cost.
There were all sorts of issues, and he wasn't a cozy person, but mostly it was his intensity that drove what happened around him.
A man who had to create, even though from 1940 on until his death in 1954 at the age of 84, Matisse was practically housebound as a result of a succession of near-fatal illnesses. So, with shapes cut out of painted paper, he conjured up the world on his walls, even a swimming pool that filled a room.
Matisse is known to have said, he told his assistant, call a cab and let us go to a swimming pool. He wanted to see divers. And he got there were no divers. He says, let's go home. I'm going to make myself my own swimming pool. And that's what he did.
Carl Buchberg is senior conservator at the Museum of Modern Art, which owns the swimming pool.
One of the theses of our exhibition here at MoMA is that we want to show how Matisse lived with these works. They were all pinned up.
It was Buchberg's painstaking 4-year conservation of the swimming pool that led to the exhibition.
You can see the pins, and we want people to see the pins.
There they are. The amazing thing about the swimming pool is that you're seeing from all directions at once, above the swimmers, below them, alongside them, as they thrash about in the white sunlight and choppy blue water. In the blue nudes, it's possible to see that his cutouts were anything but simple or childlike. They were carefully reworked and rethought.
So he calls the cutouts drawing with scissors, or he describes carving into color that's like sculpture.
Matisse considered this chapel in the south of France his masterpiece. From the stained glass windows to the priest's vestments, the designs were based on cutouts. After surviving poor health and the horrors of World War II, scissoring away, Matisse experienced what he considered a whole new life. His cutouts exploded in size and exuberance. He compared cutting to flying.
He did not go back to painting. He had discovered a new world, and he was just going to explore it.
Paul Matisse had seen some of his grandfather's cutouts as works in progress, pinned up on walls, but never so many together. They are a marvel, even to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop it right there. I love this video because it truly gives you the trajectory of Matisse's life, and especially with when he was bedridden, it opened up a new world for him. He became almost like a child again in many ways. And that's really what I love about not only his Fauvist principles. I mean, after all, he's the father of Fauvism. 1905, that's when he exhibited together with another Fauvist called André Derain, and they exhibited at the Salon d'Automne in Paris. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a big deal. That was a really big deal because Fauvism, even though it was one of the most short-lived movements of 20th century art, it was one of the longest lasting, and still, even today, in today's world, it still has an impact. And what is Fauvism? Well, Fauvism refers to the French word beasts, wild beasts. And it was coined by a famous art critic called Vaucel. Upon seeing the exhibition, he felt the colors were so arbitrary that he called it the wild beasts of art. It was a derogatory term. Little did he know he was talking about, quite possibly, one of the 5 most important artists in the history of the world, Henri Matisse, the father of color, one of the fathers of modern art. That's what you're bidding on, folks. You're bidding on one of the top 5 most important artists in the history of art. I mean, that's a big deal. That is really a big deal. Now, this work right here, I want to give you a little bit of a background, if I may. And I certainly hope you are enjoying the auction. I know we've had a lot of collectors this evening. But ladies and gentlemen, we pride ourselves in giving you this information because, after all, not only was I a student of art history, but it is my livelihood, passion, and indeed, it is what drives me in this life. So to be able to divulge and speak about these at length is something that I find very important indeed. All right. The title of this work is Exposition d'affiches, and it reproduces one of Matisse's celebrated late poster designs. In fact, the composition, it was created in 1952 from paper cutouts. I just showed you the video which had that evolution of the maquette of the cut paper that was made for a poster exhibition. The French called it Exposition d'affiches at the Galerie Kléber in Paris. It was an event that marked the centenary of the great Paris print house of Mourlot. And ladies and gentlemen, the Imprimerie Mourlot, it is recorded in the Matisse literature as Cowart 193. Now, the present sheet that you're looking at here comes from a specific documented source. This is actually the 1959 collector series called in French Les Affiches Originales. And this series was done in the world-famous studio of Mourlot Frères. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where Picasso, that's where Chagall, that's where Braque, that's where Léger, that's where Dufy, that's where Chagall, all were invited to create their masterpieces. But there's one point that deserves to be stated very plainly right now. Matisse died in November 1954. So this 1959 printing is an afterpiece. It is, however, an authorized and authentic lithograph from or after Matisse's own design. So the image derives directly from the paper cut maquette that he himself composed in 1952. And that's why when you look at a reputable auction house, if you can find this work, let's go to my screen. That's the price you should be looking at. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the work of art. So, its art historical interest in this work of art, it really is considerable because, as you saw from the video, the cutouts are among Matisse's greatest contributions to modern art. And this tumbling arrangement of these flat, brilliant color shapes that we see here, these are frequently described as one of the earliest successful examples of abstract design published for a wide public. That's very important because the 1952 exhibition that it announced gathered roughly 160 posters that were printed by Mourlot over the preceding decades. That was a landmark celebration. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding on a color lithograph here, which is that planographic process in which the image is drawn on a stone. And the designation, 1959, Affiche Originale, signed in the plate, identifies this as a Mourlot Collector Series lithograph, Richard.
Okay, well, thank you, Leif, and it is a Matisse, but, ladies and gentlemen, I don't bid for you, I can't bid for you, so, John, I'm not even going to waste time. You know what? I'll just put up a 2-minute clock. If we don't see a bid in the next 60 seconds, please take it out. You know, we'll save that for another collector's auction. Exposition d'affiches, ladies and gentlemen, we've been on it quite a long time already. There are no bids, so we will take it out. 45 seconds to go. I have given fair warning. Lithograph in colour on thick woven paper. If you'd like to place a bid, you're more than welcome, but you've got about 30 seconds to do so. Lithograph in colour on thick woven paper after the original, printed by the Mourlot brothers of Paris in 1959. 25 seconds to go. We're taking it out then, it looks like, John. No interest on that one, and we'll get on with something else. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to move on. What a shame, but we don't bid for you. It's as simple as that, John. We're going to move on then. Okay, no bids, no interest. It will go out unsold. Unsold now. Take it out, John. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Well, no joy on the Matisse later on, but that's the way auctions go. Sometimes you get bids, other times you don't. It's as simple as that. So we take that one out, John, save it for another auction. Now we're going to bring up something extraordinary for you, ladies and gentlemen, so pay attention. This is unbelievable. It's lot 510, and it is Slow Flowing River number 6, and it is the original mixed media work with diamond dust under resin on canvas, a spectacular piece, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready to bid on this one. It's from a series of the unique variants executed by Kef in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this one. Absolutely superb, and it is by Kef.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting. Years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! California! Sold at $41,000. Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for Kef.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a superb piece. Let's drop the graphics for a second and enjoy that work of art. It's just arrived, John, hasn't it, from Berlin, this one?
That's correct.
Just arrived from Berlin, and ladies and gentlemen, what a superb piece. That is your diamond dust work under resin, and once again, these have not been released to the galleries yet. Not released to the galleries yet. You've got the first opportunity here on the Fine Art Auction. It's exclusive worldwide. That's correct, isn't it, John? Exclusive here at the Fine Art Auction. The diamond dust. And now if we can go full screen, I just want you to enjoy the work of art for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, John, let's bring up a little bit of that lighting there and just show you once again, this is not on glass. Look at the reflection there. Leif, you can see all of that as well. Those lights shining are shining on pure resin. So ladies and gentlemen, diamond dust under resin, produced on canvas, once again in a sealed room. They do their absolute best to make it as perfect as possible, but don't forget, it is a handmade work of art by a human being, not made by a machine. So if there are any slight imperfections, you know, it's bound to be there, ladies and gentlemen, because it's made by hand, it's not made by a machine. If you want a machine finished one, then you probably better look on the internet for something like that. But this is a beauty, ladies and gentlemen. I've started at only 1,000. That is a gorgeous piece. It's actually signed on the back here on the canvas. I'm going to now hand it over to Leif. We're underway, Leif, at 1,000 on this. It is an absolute beauty, and look at the detail in it. And once again, we'll dim the lights. We'll have a look at the diamond dust. We'll bring back the graphics now, and you can enjoy bidding on that one now to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you on a journey of one of the most remarkable trajectories of any modern artist. I mean, this guy has become so big. He was actually chosen by Germany as the country to be one of their official artists for the World Cup back in Qatar. Now, the reason I want to mention that is because right now, as most of you know, the World Cup is coming just around the corner in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And guess who Germany chose again to be their official artist? Kef. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at my screen. Kev has done remarkable things. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, take a look as I pass through. You're going to notice, you're not only going to see him, but you're going to see how Kev has created some of his works of art. In fact, there is an image here. He's also lately been doing 6-figure commissions. This is an example of a commission done for somebody's beautiful swimming pool. Look at that. I mean, isn't that just stunning? It just fits so well, that flow of the line, the aspects that really capture the audience. And, you know, he even painted and was commissioned for this. Do you know what this is? This is a BMW. And the reason BMW had commissioned him to paint their cars is because he did the same thing before for an electric Porsche. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the artist is big when their own action figures come out as well. Richard, I don't know if you saw this, but Kev now is also an action figure. How about that? I'm going to get that for John's birthday. I think he's going to like that. Can have a lot of fun with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, besides that, he has appeared on some of the most prestigious magazines on the planet, on the cover, major news articles, major TV interviews. And this right here is so telling of Kev's power. Because, folks, what I'm showing you here is the Torrance Art Museum in California, okay? Now, let's take a look together here. Can anybody recognize on the right whose artwork that is on the right here? Looks like a Banksy, right? It is a Banksy. You're looking at about a $20 million Banksy. Right over here in the corner, you're looking at a multi-million-dollar cause. Okay, this is the permanent collection of the Torrance Art Museum. What is adjacent to the wall? It's a Kev. It's a Kev. Ladies and gentlemen, he is now at that level. He is considered an elite street artist. This is such an opportunity, especially when you consider the fact that this work has not been released to galleries. Ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of this opportunity because it truly is an opportunity for you. This is an example of some of the TV shows that he's been running. He was even featured on the BBC. Ladies and gentlemen, the Venue magazine, a very important magazine that features our work. He's in the center page. He got the centerfold. He got the cover. It's just remarkable, and I find it exhilarating to be able to be part of history. We're making history with him. Look at Kev in his major murals that he does, and what's really incredible is that everything is done freehand. So there's no rulers, everything is freehand. So what he'll basically do is that he'll hold his breath, ladies and gentlemen. And as he holds his breath, he draws these big, beautiful, sinuous lines. Look at this one, for example. Here he is on top of a scaffold creating those stunning lines. I love this video because it really shows you his entire creative process, right? And as you can see, he uses nothing but his hand. There are no other instruments. There are no other tools that are used, and what you get is this hypnotic visual of intertwining lines that makes John, our producer, very excited. He loves this. He really gets excited about this artwork, and I do as well. And before I hand it to Richard, here is the Porsche, the first electric Porsche, ladies and gentlemen. After all, it's a German sports car. They commissioned Kev to paint it. Richard.
Well, John, I hate to repeat what just happened with the Matisse, but again, no bids. So I've started it very low for you, later on. I mean, $1,000 for one of these is absolutely giving it away. Typically, when I'm auctioning these, I'll give you a clue. They should make really between 3,000 and 4,000. So 1,000 is very low for it. 3,000 to 4,000 is very fair for one of these, John. And in a gallery, I mean, I wouldn't like to think, but they are going to be horrendously expensive. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want an opportunity to bid on one, you've got a chance now. But I can only give, John, I'll give a 3-minute clock this time because it's Kev, and I will give you literally 2 minutes of that time to get the bids going. If not, we will have to pass this one out as well. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, you were terrific up until about 15 minutes ago. I don't know what's happened. Has something happened on the news we don't know about, John? So here we go then. $1,000 is the opening bid on this one, just to avoid wasting time. So $100 bids to move on. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity. And ladies and gentlemen, this is Slow Flowing River number 6. John, get ready. You've got about a minute and 20 seconds. If I don't get bids, it will have to go out. Original mixed media work with diamond dust under resin on canvas, hand signed by the artist on the verso from a series of unique variants, executed by Kef in 2025. Extremely rare. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'll bring down the lights. I'll bring up the lights. I'll do whatever you want, but you've got to get your bids in. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, it's an auction, not a seance. It is here to be sold. That is... Don't laugh, Leif. That is one of the oldest sayings in the auction business. There we go, with the resin there, and dim the lights completely. John, I want to see myself in dim light. Apparently I look better. Ladies and gentlemen, there is the diamond dust. Get bidding. You've got about 30 seconds. John, I don't see a bid. It's going to have to go out. If not, here's Leif. Bring up the lights. Let's go.
Let's go to my screen, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is considered one of the top 100 most important street murals on the planet. It was done by Kef. Now it gets even better, because you know, when artists are in museums, if you've ever been to an art museum, ladies and gentlemen, surely you will acknowledge the fact that the vast majority of artists in museums, in art museums, have passed away. That's what they have in common, right? So to be a living artist, he's a young man, not only to be in a museum, but to be, look at my screen, part of the museum's permanent collection. This is hanging permanently. This is a very well-known museum in Germany. People pay money, listen to this, they pay money to stand in front of this. Folks, there's that BMW that he painted. There's that Porsche that he painted. Porsche commissioned him to paint the first electric car. They wanted a German artist because Porsche and BMW are German. They could have picked, there's 90 million people in Germany. They picked Kef. He's created the labels for famous wineries. First museum solo show. Folks, a famous museum cleared their walls. They took down everything and they put Kef's art. The entire museum was filled just with him. Do you think it would be smart to acquire a Kef? He did the headquarters for PayPal. This is the installation he did that I was mentioning for the World Cup of Qatar, FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. Richard, over to you.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you got there in the end, and I'm selling it now. We are about half of where we should be on this one, but I'm going to sell it. I don't mess about, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll give you the 1 minute clock, the final call for bids. 14 bid, give me your best and final bids now. On sale with you, America. Come on, take advantage. Here we go. What on earth is going on here tonight? Take another one off anyone yet. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, on the beautiful diamond dust on resin. It's a large piece, absolutely beautiful. Get that in your home, get the right lighting on it. You're going to absolutely love it. It's on sale with you now, and it is going. We've got 30 seconds to go. Come on, America, you know it's worth more than this. It is on sale with you then. On sale with you. Is there another one to move on, John? Another one to move on this beautiful piece on AVC here tonight. It should be making a lot more than this, ladies and gentlemen, but it is going. 15 seconds to go. Don't be a late bidder. Don't be a late bidder. It is on sale with you. On sale with you. 15, thank you, just in time. At 15 bid. At 15 bid, best and final bids now. Best and final bids, another one off anyone at 15. 15 bid. 15 bid, is there another one to move on? Another one to move on. On sale with you. On sale with you. Leif, this is being given away. The diamond dust, John, I just want to show everyone one last time. So don't forget what you're bidding on, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely superb work. The latest pieces from Berlin, and these in galleries. Do not be surprised if they're 15,000. 15,000. This will be going now. It is on sale with you with the resin finish, the most popular finish amongst the European artists now. And ladies and gentlemen, we're very delighted to have that on the show. Look at it. It looks absolutely beautiful alongside me. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. I can do anything for artwork. I'll take one more. Take one more. On sale with you then. Going once. On Sailing With You then, going twice. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? It is going, gone. Well done. Congratulate your bidder there. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, you did incredibly well on that piece, and now we're moving on with the show, and now one of our very, very popular artists again from the UK, and it is called Modern Love No. 1, and this is an artist proof, ladies and gentlemen, an edition of only 25 in the world. It is here to be sold, hand-signed, numbered limited edition, artist proof, only 25 in the world, ladies and gentlemen, and it is by the wonderful Harry Bunce.
When I got back into art after a little detour into fashion for about 20 years, I went right back to my first love, and it stuck.
Harry Bunce, environmental protector or social commentator? Is his art cute? Maybe, but seldom completely cuddly. Inspired by local folklore and children's books, his cast of cool, unknowable, vaguely sinister, anthropomorphic animals rests deep in our consciousness. By reclaiming these icons and reinventing them, Harry's work breathes new life into old friends.
I've always had a very keen environmental view of things. My parents were all, if we dropped litter as kids, the worst possible thing we could have possibly done.
By combining street art, illustration, and screen printing, Bunce is able to make his delightfully dark characters into masterful fine art.
Harry Bunce.
And welcome back. We're live from our studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, I had the privilege of meeting Harry Bunce, and he was even on our show. I got a little video of him and Richard. That was about 2 weeks ago when he flew over from England to visit us. If you're watching this evening, you might have caught that, but I will show you that shortly. But he was born in 1967. He was raised in a small Hampshire village where he was a prolific artist throughout his childhood, and he was pretty much drawing on anything that was available. Now, his family, they were builders who were supportive but ill-equipped to guide him beyond school. So Harry was to become the first member of his family to get a degree. Now, there was a brief and very difficult stint, basically, at a local art school that nearly extinguished his interest. He recalls that a teacher told him, "You weren't allowed to be like Hockney, and he was the only one I knew." So he was very disillusioned by that. So he moved to a place called Bristol, a big city in the UK, west of Bristol, to study fashion and textiles. And following graduation, he worked for 20 happy but ultimately unfulfilling years within the fashion industry. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2007, he attended the 40th birthday party of an old school friend. Now, when meeting people he had not seen for several decades, people would ask him, how's the art going? And this event proved pivotal because he resolved then and there to return to art. Now, in terms of his style and influence, his work basically resists easy classification. Why? Let's take a look at it. Because it blends folk art, it blends illustration, and it blends street art. And his art often showcases animals that are often endearing but seldom cuddly. And it draws inspiration from children's illustrations like Richard Scarry, Dr. Seuss being another one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, even, my apologies here, I am starting to lose my voice. Just get a glass of water, pardon me. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay. In terms of his home, he's based in a place called rural Somerset, and he's a fierce defender of the countryside and indeed wildlife, which pretty much inspires much of his work. So he oftentimes will be raising environmental concerns. Now, he's contributed to projects with Greenpeace that he did in 2014 and Keep Britain Tidy that he did in 2020. So his Rural Resistance series reflects these recurring preoccupations. Now, on his solo 2020 solo show, Harry Bunce on Hold, It was an absolute sellout. And he has been shown at the established Saatchi Gallery, and now he's an established figure on the British contemporary art scene, with numerous works being carried by major UK galleries. So, ladies and gentlemen, this really is an opportunity. Let's go to my screen, please. Let's have a more intimate look at Harry Bunce. And I encourage you, take a look at his Instagram, because it's going to allow you to see truly who he is. Let's start off with this. There's Richard, and there's Harry. Take a look at the auction. There is Harry. All right, let's see what else he got. That video wasn't very audible. My apologies. But this is when he was at the auction. That was 2 weeks ago, right, Richard? Yeah. That he wasn't here. I'm sure you'll be able to tell a lot about that event. But ladies and gentlemen, it is always a pleasure when we have an artist like this, of this caliber, to partake in our live auction. Now, what you're looking at is kind of a metamorphosis of his style. And by the way, please never have a password of 1, 2, 3, 4. Please don't do that. Okay, very good. Anyway, the rabbits. The rabbits play a pivotal role because they are so endearing, but at the same time, there is a subdued level of being a outlaw, so to speak. And I think one of the most telling works that really define what he does in terms of that is this bunny rabbit right here, right? So this totally represents what Harry Bunce is about. You've got that rabbit, but then he's looking like an outlaw, like he's riding on a chopper. What I think is really great, he's got the bunny rabbit that's engraved on the side of the gas tank. But ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing works not only from his studio, but also the latest projects that he's been doing. A lot of the works that he has done have appeared. Oh, I never saw that one with the cappuccino. It has one of Harry Bunce's rabbits, and that's pretty cool. But ladies and gentlemen, while you are looking at this, I want you to think about one thing. Have you ever seen anybody who does exactly what he does? No, I haven't. And that's why you will find him in top galleries in the UK, such as Clifton Art, where he is represented. There's an image of one of the bunny rabbits at the facade of the work. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in interior of the gallery. When you go into these galleries, by the way, we spoke a little bit about gallery sales. I mean, art galleries are typically found in high rent districts. So you're paying a premium. So bidding at the auction is one of the smartest things you can do. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what I'm showing you right now? This is a live Sotheby's auction in London. Guess which artwork they're going to sell. You see up there? A Harry Bunce. He has reached that level. He has reached that level at elite auction houses right now. So folks, this makes it a formidable opportunity. And there we have the art auction at Sotheby's. There is an image of Harry Bunce. He's got quite a smile, doesn't he, Richard? Lovely. One thing about, an aspect about his work that I find very endearing as well, is that he holds a high level of philanthropy. He's very much of a giving human being. He actually is a vegan, right, Richard? He's a vegan? He's a vegan. That means he won't eat bunny. He doesn't eat rabbit, right? He doesn't. I think somebody asked that of him when he came into the studio, if I'm not mistaken. One of our colleagues actually asked him if he ate rabbits, but no, he does not. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move along, you're going to start to see there is that evolution and also that aspect of street art, which a lot of these artists have in common, which ties them in to that narrative, which is right now really a recurring theme. And the last thing I want to mention before I bring it back to Richard is the aspect of folk art. So folk art, ladies and gentlemen, understand that a lot of his influence of academia, it draws upon the rural and folk art traditions rather than these transient metropolitan trends. So in Britain's increasingly urbanized society, he swims against the art tide. This is an artist you want to collect because he's an innovator and not an imitator. Richard.
I was going to do an imitation then. What's up, Doc? No bids, that's what's up. Ladies, what on earth's happened here? My goodness, the last three lots, trying to get you to call in and make a bid. Ray never has this issue, does he? Ladies and gentlemen, lot 510A, so Ray's having a well-deserved break. He'll be back on Friday night, I believe. Is Ray back Friday night, John? Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you'll look forward to that. And he will be full of energy. Once again, I don't bid for you, ladies and gentlemen, so it's up to you now. I'll give you a 3-minute clock here now, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. If I don't see bids, we will have to withdraw it. So we'll take the bunny out. Modern Love #1. Always good to get the first in the series, Leif. Any artist, the #1 that they do in a series is always the most desirable. Just a fact. Modern Love is the title, and it is an original giclée, printed in colour on woven paper, signed by the artist on the lower right, numbered on the lower left. What we're asking you to place an opening bid on, ladies and gentlemen, is an artist proof. EA, the Prouve Artiste, and it's an edition of only 25 in the world. Let me tell you, this man is shown in more than 90 leading galleries in the United Kingdom. This piece alone, Leif, would be over $2,500 now. Why? Because it's an artist proof. The edition is unique. It's only 25 pieces in the world, hand signed by him. That's very, very small. So if you imagine 90 galleries, Leif, if they have 3 collectors in each gallery that support this man, that's 270 people. How long do you think it would take for 270 collectors to snap up 25 pieces? We've got the chance to offer it exclusively. You've got 30 seconds. If I don't see a bid, John, get ready to take it out. Here's Leif.
It's not only that he's represented 90 galleries in Britain, he's already crossed the pond. There's major galleries in the United States, such as in New York City. Let's go to my screen. If you look at my screen, folks, he's already represented by a major gallery in New York City. This one, the Place Gallery, that's on Orchard Street. There's Harry Bunce. Opening reception. So he was given a one-man reception in this gallery. This is an opportune time, folks, to start collecting if you have not collected already. Here's another big opening. Look at how many people. I mean, he really commands a lot of critical acclaim and attention. Here he is in one of the galleries with some fans. Ladies and gentlemen, the interesting thing, and let's focus back on the artwork for a second, is that he only paints one original at a time. And though for a series, he likes to keep a few others around the studio. He is a 9-to-5 worker. So when the volume demands it, but says that can go stale. So his favorite is the late night session where you lose yourself in the work and are almost too afraid to look at it the next morning. That's what he says. And technically, ladies and gentlemen, his originals are layered constructions. It's a combination of screen-printed ink, stencil, hand painting, built over time. Now, the anthropomorphic animals, let's go ahead and bring it back to Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final minute now. Final minute, 325 is bid. 325 is bid. Thank you very much. Give me your best and final bids now. Give me your best and final bids. Anyone else now? On sale with you. You've got a minute. Be quick, Leif. Be quick. I'm missing you already. Take another 25. Take another 25 off anyone. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Give me your best and final bids now. Give me your best and final bids. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? It's on sale and with you. On sale and with you. 350 bid. Thank you. 350 bid. 350. Only 25 of these in the world, and it's going now. It is selling now. By Harry Bunce. We just had him on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a superb man, a very giving gentleman, gives a lot of money away, a lot of artwork away to charities. Selling and going then on sale and with you, John, going to sell right now. Gonna sell right now. That is a great piece, beautifully presented, lovely framing on the work, ladies and gentlemen. You'll enjoy that one, and that is one of only 25 in the world. Last chance, best final bids now. Best and final bid. Anyone else, yes or no? Going once, going twice, and the final time. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you very much, John, and great to be with you here tonight. We've got a real classic coming up for you now, and this is lot 511. The detail on this is superb. Let's drop the graphics just for a second. I know it's from 1580. It is the Last Judgment, and if we could zoom in and go around that image, because it is so detailed. It's from 1580. Look at the detail in that. Unbelievable. A woodcut in black ink on laid paper, executed by Leonard Gautier. And ladies and gentlemen, it is an extremely rare impression that was conceived between 1535 and 1541 for the design of the Sistine Chapel. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very special piece, The Last Judgment by Michelangelo. Here's Leif.
I gotta tell you, Richard, out of all of the Michelangelos that I've seen, the woodcut in black, this one is one of the most magnificent. But ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you have heard about Michelangelo. I don't want to bore you with my voice. Take a look at my screen. Let's go to my screen, please. Here he is, Michelangelo.
Born in 1475, Caprese, Italy. During his youth, Michelangelo cared little about school, but instead spent hours in nearby churches, watching painters at work while drawing precise replicas of what he saw. Realizing his son's immense talent as a painter, Michelangelo began his apprenticeship to Florentine painter Domenico Ghirlandaio at just 13 years of age, before studying classical sculpture under the watchful eye of Florentine ruler Lorenzo de' Medici of the powerful Medici family, giving young Michelangelo remarkable access to the social elite of Florence, not to mention poets, scholars, and humanists of the day. By the tender age of 16, Michelangelo had already produced two magnificent and still surviving relief sculptures, the Battle of the Centaurs and Madonna seated on a step. After living and working in Bologna for a time, Michelangelo returned to Florence in 1495, where he produced his now famous Cupid sculpture, before moving to Rome at the behest of Cardinal Riaro of San Giorgio, where he would remain for the rest of his life. Known for his contentious personality, quick temper, and bouts of melancholy, Michelangelo's constant push for artistic perfection oftentimes found him at odds with his employers. Yet his obvious talents made him uncommonly famous during his lifetime. Of his surviving works, his most notable sculptures include the Pietà, his sculpture of David, and his paintings that adorn the walls and ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Vatican City. Known most notably as a sculptor and a painter, Michelangelo wrote volumes of poems and sonnets, and while he never married, he was devoted to a pious and noble widow named Vittoria Colonna, sending her more than 300 poems and sonnets before her death in 1547. Michelangelo was also an accomplished architect, where he designed the Medici Chapel in Florence, the Laurentian Library housing the Medici family book collection, as well as chief architect for the construction of St. Peter's Basilica. He passed away on February 18, 1564, just weeks before his 89th birthday, making the life and works of Michelangelo one of the high-water talents of the Italian Renaissance.
All right, let's focus back on the artwork. Ladies and gentlemen, we have truly one of the most magnificent Michelangelos I have seen. Now, what I love about his life is, of course, we are familiar that he painted, between 1508 and 1512, the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, which is pretty much the most famous ceiling on the planet. And this work, by the way, was conceived between 1535 and 1541 for the design of the Sistine Chapel. That's how important this work of art is, folks. He's also considered one of history's greatest architects. Besides designing the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, he also did the Laurentian Library and the Medici Chapel in Florence. And so he was a poet of real distinction. Contemporaries used to call him Il Divino, which means the Divine One. And ladies and gentlemen, his work is the very definition of the High Renaissance. So it's marked by a heroic grandeur and indeed an emotional intensity, his own age termed terribilità in Italian, which means just beyond great. Michelangelo worked almost always to the end of an exceptionally long life, and he dominated the art of 3 generations and shaped the course of European art for centuries, folks. He basically died on the 18th of February in 1564. He died in Rome. He was 88 years old. They're considered quite old for back then. Remember, the Renaissance. And he was buried in Florence with the honors of a prince. But his influence on the artists who followed was absolutely without parallel, because the twisting muscular figures of the Sistine ceiling and the Last Judgment set the template for an entire era. And the strained, elongated bodies of the Mannerist generation flowed directly from his example, folks. So painters, sculptors, and even architects alike, they measured themselves against him for centuries. And his reputation as the greatest artist who ever lived was already firmly established within his own lifetime. So total, ladies and gentlemen, was his authority that even in his own century, artists across Europe, they sought to spread his compositions far beyond the walls that held them, which is precisely how a work such as the present print came to exist. So let's talk about this work for a second. Because, ladies and gentlemen, an essential point of accuracy comes first. The fact is, Michelangelo, he was a sculptor. He was a painter. He was an architect. He was not a printmaker. He actually produced no woodcuts and engravings in his own hand. What you're looking at, the present woodcut of the Last Judgment here, it is dated to 1580 from the 16th century. And it was made after Michelangelo's fresco by a printmaker of the period. This is very important because, ladies and gentlemen, the source here is one of the supreme images of Western art. Given that Michelangelo painted the Last Judgment between 1536 and 1541 on the altar of the Sistine Chapel for Pope Paul III, a vast swirling vision, that's what you're looking at, a vast swirling vision of the end of time. It's an apocalyptic masterpiece. It shows Christ the judge at its center. Let's focus on Christ in the center. The dead rising from the graves, the blessed ascending, and the damned dragged down toward Charon's boat and hell. This is so powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, its tangle of muscular nude figures, it was controversial, of course. But after Michelangelo's death, the famous painter Daniele de Volterra was engaged to add the draperies, and he earned the grim nickname Il Braghettone, or the breecher's maker. Ladies and gentlemen, almost from the moment that this masterpiece was unveiled, the fresco was translated into print so that its astonishing composition could be studied and indeed admired across Europe. Engravers and also woodcutters alike produced these versions in rapid succession. Now, understood correctly, ladies and gentlemen, this work is a genuine and historically old master print. It is a 16th century woodcut that actually documents how Michelangelo's epoch-defining vision was disseminated to the wider world. And this is where its value lies, precisely there, as an authentic period object recording the reception and fame of one of the greatest images, and it is offered honestly on these terms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a masterpiece after Michelangelo. And for the collector of old master prints, which I know are very discerning connoisseurs of fine art, a 16th century woodcut of the Last Judgment is a tangible link to the Renaissance itself. Think about that. This is tying you, when you have this hanging on the wall in your home, it ties you to the Renaissance. Richard, I don't know what else will tie a mere mortal like us to the Renaissance than this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the other chance you've got to see this is in the Vatican. Yeah, so Michelangelo Buonarroti, the woodcut in black, the most powerful of pieces, The Last Judgment. Does it get much more powerful than that? The Last Judgment, the woodcut in black ink. Think about owning this, acquiring it for your family. I never, when something's valuable like this, Leif, I never say buy it. You acquire it, because where on earth can you find it? Well, we've got one here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're lucky to have it, to have been released out of Italy in the last 100 years, out of the Vatican archives. This is The Last Judgment, the woodcut in black ink on laid paper, executed by Léonard Gautier, 1561 to 1635. It is an extremely rare impression, and it was conceived between 1535 and 1541 for the design of the Sistine Chapel. Ladies and gentlemen, 1100 is the bid. John, who's in the lead, please? New Jersey. You are a very, very good judge. Ladies and gentlemen, it is here to be sold. And once again, I don't bid for you. So if you want to bid against New Jersey, you must dial the number. Ladies and gentlemen, 866-518-5933. I'll give you 2 final minutes with Leif, and then the hammer's coming down. So get bidding. 11 is the bid, New Jersey. Good luck. Thank you.
You know, Richard, besides the Vatican, where else they can see it? Let's go to my screen, please. You're going to have to pay money to go here, though. One of the most famous museums in the world. It happens to be the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, and you are dealing also with an afterpiece. Ladies and gentlemen, now when we're talking about pricing, what do these after master prints, when I say after, these are posthumous, after he passed away, what do they typically sell for? I'll show you what they sell for. Here's one that's actually selling on eBay right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an engraving. You're bidding on a woodcut, and it is a 16th century work, just like ours. And what is the price? You're looking at $12,500, Richard. $12,500. Now you consider, now what I want to show you is, look at the condition of this work. If I show you the condition, what would you say?
Yep, 12.
Do you know what this brown here is? You know what that's called? That's called foxing. That's when the paper hasn't aged well. Do you see all the lines? Look at all the lines. Look at more foxing here. More lines. It's not in good condition, but it's $12,000. Can we please zoom in on our work of art? Ladies and gentlemen, let's really zoom in. What do you see? Do you see any foxing? Do you see any lines? Do you see any tears? Do you see any cut margins? Ladies and gentlemen, this is in perfect condition. This is not 10 years old. This is not 50. This is not 100. It's not 200. It's not even 300, not even 400. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking over 400 years. This is one of the most magnificent acquisitions, I would say, that you're able to find in today's world of art. And if you miss out on this, I will give you the address to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It will cost you $40 just to be able to have the pleasure of viewing this. Imagine having something like this in your home. Folks, this is a family heirloom piece, Richard.
He's absolutely correct, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll give you the fair warning. Final call for bids. 1 minute clock. Final call for bids. 1 minute clock. Fair warning with Ricardo. Ladies and gentlemen, it must sell at 1,400. 1,400 is bid. At 1,400, another one off anyone at 14 bid. It is your last chance with me now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm selling at 1,400. The final call for bids. One last minute. That is it. That is it. California in the lead at 1,400. At 14. Is that you, Karen? Karen from California at 1,400. At 1,400, another one off anyone at 14 bid. At 14 bid. At 14 bid. I'm selling now. California in the lead. At 14 bid. 14 bid. New Jersey, you're out. At 14 bid. Come on, New Jersey, don't lose it. At 14 bid. 14 bid it is with California in the lead now. We're coming into the home straight. 12 seconds to go. At 14 bid. California, I think you've got it. I think you've beaten New Jersey at most unlike New Jersey to be beaten at 14 bid, but California looks like they're getting it at 14 bid. It goes once. On sale with you. Fair warning. I gave you the final minute. Don't be a late bidder because we cannot possibly find another one of these. Cannot possibly find another one of these. At 1,400 it goes, and that is low. Going once then. At 1,400, going twice. With California, Karen, please congratulate your bidder. Sold. Thank you very much. Well done to you. Congratulations. Wonderful information by Leif, as always says. Doesn't he do a great job? Give Leif a great round of applause. Thank you very much. I don't care what they say, Leif. Lot 512 has been omitted from the show, and we will be offering lot 513. 513 is a beautiful hand-signed Salvador Dali. And ladies and gentlemen, hand-signed, hand-coloured, reworked and altered with dry point and stencil colouring and woven paper from the 1977 editions of Dali's work. And it is called Pirueta de Platano. Ladies and gentlemen, hand-signed by the master himself, Salvador Dali.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century. And of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. We're live here in our studios in Atlanta, Georgia, with a hand-signed Salvador Dali. It's entitled Pirueta de Plátano in Spanish, which translated to English means banana pirouette. Only Dali could come up with a title like that. But folks, this is a 1977 print from one of Dali's most fascinating late suites. It's the Les Caprices de Goya de Dali. So it's originally based on the Caprichos of Francisco de Goya. Now, Dali's wholesale reworking of Francisco Goya's celebrated Los Caprichos, it is a hand-signed and numbered from a small edition, and it is a cataloged and recorded work in the Michelin and Lopsinger catalog. Ladies and gentlemen, the concept behind the suite is really extraordinary because what did Dali do? Well, Salvador Dali took the original 80 satirical etchings of Goya's Los Caprichos and intervened directly upon them. He added his own dry point lines over Goya's images. So he actually got the plates, and then he created works on top of these original copper plates. So he gave each plate this new, surreal Dalinian title. And in doing so, he transformed Goya's biting Enlightenment satire of Spanish society into a dialogue across 2 centuries between the 2 greatest Spanish image makers. So you have a surrealist conversation with a romantic ancestor conducted in the language of an etched plate. But ladies and gentlemen, the connection is made tangible in this very work, because the important thing here is that Goya's 18th century original and Dali's 20th century iteration, a collector could basically acquire both sides of one of the most remarkable artistic conversations, really, in the history of printmaking. I don't know any other artist who did what Dali did, who brings these anachronistic aspects of art history and redefines his own legacy and imagery based upon those. And what I love about this work is that it is a technical masterpiece. Why? Let me explain. This work combines several processes. So it is a collotype, or also known as an heliogravure base, and that carries Goya's underlying image. But then Dali has added his own dry point additions that's worked into the copper plate, and then he hand-applied, yes, hand-applied, poussoir, which is stencil coloring. It's just a fancy name for stencil in French, poussoir. And it's all printed on fine, one of the most important papers, which is the BFK Reeves paper. It comes from a mill that's over 500 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, the suite was printed by Master Print at Rigal between 1973 and 1977 by a small edition, and each one was examined and hand-signed by Dali himself. Now, the suite also reflects, in many ways, Dali's deep, and I would say, complicated reverence for the Spanish masters who preceded him, such as Velázquez, such as El Greco, and Goya above all. But rather than simply copying, what Dali did was he treated Goya's plates as a living surface to be inhabited and transformed, basically signing his own name beside the older masters, and then asserting himself as heir to the great tradition of Spanish art. So the result is at once an act of homage and I would say of audacious appropriation, because that was entirely characteristic of Dali's outsized ambition. And ladies and gentlemen, for the collector, this work, Pirueta de Plátano, it offers a hand-signed, fully cataloged Dali from a conceptually brilliant late suite on luxurious paper and in a richly layered technique. It is Dali at his most playful and at his most erudite. So paying homage to and gleefully colonizing the work of a fellow Spanish master across the gulf of 200 years. That's the amount of time in between the actual rendition, original rendition of Goya's Caprichos to the reworked plate that Salvador Dali did. So ladies and gentlemen, the medium, what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a dry point and a collotype, a dry point and collotype with poussoir. Again, poussoir are stencils. It's just a fancy French name for stencil work. So he layers a photographic collotype or heliogravure base, and then Dali hand works the dry point with that hand-applied stencil color on a single sheet. So that is a very sophisticated, ladies and gentlemen, combination that's typical of Salvador Dali's 1970s suites. So again, folks, understand what you're bidding on here. This is an authentic, hand-signed Salvador Dali. Every single day that goes by, these become harder to source and find. He's passed away in 1989. And I just want to give a tip to collectors, because I know that nowadays people put their money into a lot of things, right? into diamonds, maybe gold, real estate, whatever it may be. But let's look at tangible objects that are equal to artwork, like diamonds and gold. So my question to you, ladies and gentlemen, is the following. Are there still gold mines to be discovered around the world? Do you think that we found the last gold mine? No, of course there are. There's still gold mines to be found, right? What about diamonds? Do you think there's still diamond mines to be found? Of course, they found one a few months ago, a massive one. So there's still a supply. There's still a recurring supply. That's what I'm trying to say here. There's a recurring supply. My question to you is this. How many more of these is Salvador Dali going to make? None. The market is closed. There is no more supply. There has not been supply since 1989. Do you think that Dali will be talked about 100 years from now? Yep. Let's say 100 years from now, after everybody around here is gone from this planet. Do you think people are still going to be talking about Salvador Dali? There is no doubt in my mind. He is so deeply etched within the annals of art history and written about ad nauseum within some of the greatest institutions on the planet. Plus, he has 3 museums built just for him. Why are museums built? They're built for the sake of posterity, for future generations, to see the ambitions and artistic legacy that was put in place by this great surrealist master. Ladies and gentlemen, you have absolutely nothing to lose by bidding on a hand-signed Salvador Dali, especially at this price, and especially knowing that he's never, ever, ever going to sign another sheet of paper. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, ladies and gentlemen, I want to read you that certificate of authenticity. Let's go and take a look at that cert, please. So here we have, ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Dali. The title of the work is Pirueta de Plátano. Now, it's important to note that it's referenced in 2 catalogs. The ML refers to the Michelet-Lopsinger catalog, and then you have the Field, which refers to the Albert Field catalog. Now, this is an engraving from Goya's print series, Los Caprichos. It's reworked, and it's altered with dry point and stencil coloring on wove paper. Ladies and gentlemen, it is hand-signed, and it is numbered on the lower margin. Now, what's important for you to know here is that it was published by Bergrand Éditions Graphiques Internationales in Paris in 1977. So realize that when we're talking about 1977, Salvador Dali passed away in 1989. So this was a period of some of the most creative output that he did. And the fact that this is hand-signed, we have a pencil signature. Now you're probably asking, why is it signed in pencil? Why did artists sign in pencil and not another medium? They signed in pencil because it was much harder to copy pencil. That's why pencil was often chosen by these masters. And the suite was printed by the master printer Rigal from the reworking of Dali of Francisco de Goya's plates. And as I mentioned on your certificate, and I want to repeat this again because it is of utmost importance for its authenticity, it is recorded in the Michelet-Lopsinger catalog of Dali prints as number 927. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bit of 22. At 22 right now, but a 23. At 22 right now, but a 23. Look at that 23 right now for the bid at 22. Got a bit of 22. At 22 right now, but a on 3 at 23. At 22 right now, with a bid upon at 23. Look at that 23 right now for the bid. At 22. At 22 right now, but a 23. Got a bit of 23 right now, but a 24. At 23 right now, but a 24. Look at that 24 right now for the bid. At 23 right now, but upon at 24. At 23 right now, with a 24. Bid upon 24. And bid upon at 24. Look at that 24 right now for the bid at 23. I'm going to pass it back to Richard. Richard, did you wash your hands? Yep. Good man. Let's bring it to Richard. Richard, you got a bid right now at $2,400.
Well, I washed my hands of this piece at this money. Ladies and gentlemen, 24 is bid, 24 is bid, 2,400 bid at 2,400. Now, John, is there anything we can do to help the audience? Okay, let's see what we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to offer you this beautiful piece. Let's include it, John. Let's offer this magnificent work. It's from 1798, and it is the original Goya, The original Goya is going to be included, the etching there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at 2,400 for the hand-signed Dali. I'm now giving you, included in the deal, the original 1798 Goya. Now look at that image, and then go back to the hand-coloured version, hand-signed by Dali from 1977. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your opportunity now. And John, let's see where that book is, and let's have a good look at the piece. I want you to understand exactly what you got here, ladies and gentlemen. So Dali created his version of Goya's pieces here. Goya's work, he created his version, hand-coloured, hand-signed. He did this in 1977. This is the original from 1798 by the hand of Goya. So it's from the exhibition Before Dali Goya. This was held at the museum in St. Petersburg, Florida. This is exactly this and this, exactly what they had on the museum wall, ladies and gentlemen. It was a special exhibition to celebrate the works Before Dali Goya, the visions and inventions. And once again, here's some images of Goya. He was the King of Spain's painter under Carlos I, the II, III, and IV, ladies and gentlemen. And Francisco de Goya, known for ambiguity and inventions. We're only at 2,400. You bid that on the Dali. We are giving you the Goya. I'll give you one final minute. It's your chance, 1 minute, and it is the final call for bids now. You're getting the pair. You're getting the pair. 24 is bid at 24, and it's about to sell. 24 is bid. Who's in the lead there, John? Please just remind me. Texas, thank you. At 2,400 for the pair. At 24, is there another one to move on? This is spectacular. For the pair of these, ladies and gentlemen, you would be lucky to walk out of a gallery with change out of $20,000. That's a fact. 24 is bid. 24. These Goyas can make a lot of money in their own right. Much more than 2,400. You're basically getting the hand-signed Dali free of charge. That's the way I look at it. 25, thank you. 25 is bid. New bidder. 25 from Florida. At 25 is bid. At 25, and I'm selling now. Last chance. You've got about 10 seconds. 25 is bid. Give me your best and final bids now. On sale and with you. At 25 is bid. At 25, and it goes. At 25 with Florida now. At 25. 26, I got Cleo's bidder now. At 26, let's find out where they're all from. At 26, it's your last chance, America. 26, Nevada in the lead then with Cleo. At 26 bid. At 26. 26. Texas and Florida, you're going to have to come up now. At 26, I've got Nevada, the top bidder. At 26. At 26, is there another one off anyone at 26? At 26, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you are missing an opportunity. 27 I have with Kim. 27 with Kim. Who's got 3,000 now? At 27. 28 with Cleo. 28, give me 3. Kim, go to 3. 28, up to you. At 28, I'll take the bid. At 28, and it's selling with Nevada. At 28, Pennsylvania, your option. At 28, come on, Florida. Come on, Texas. At 28, I've got 28 is bid. 28, Nevada in the lead. At 3,000 with Pennsylvania. 3,000 bid. 3,000. Now 32 to move on. At 3,000. 3-1, I got Cleo. At 3-1. 3-1. 3-1, Nevada. At 3-1. 3-1, and on sale all the way to the highest bidder here. At 31, you're getting the pair. Hand-signed Dali. Hand-coloured. 32, Pennsylvania. 32 bid. 32 is bid. At 32, got a bid of 32. 32 bid. At 32, I'm bid. At 32, and it's on sale. And with your leisure, and it's on sale. Let's go. At 32, come on, Cleo. Come on, Nevada. At 32, is there anyone else? Pennsylvania in the lead. At 32, 33, back with Nevada. At 33, now 35, let's go. At 33, at 33, 34 with Pennsylvania. At 34, and I'll take 5 now. At 34, 35, he's changed his bid to 35. Good bidding. 35, let's see how you get on. At 35 bid. At 35 bid. Anyone gets a pair of these under 7,000, just Jump for joy. 36 with Nevada. At 36 bid. 36. Someone give me 4. 37 with Pennsylvania. 37. Mike, are you in the races or not? At 37. At 37 bid. At 37, get a bit of 37. 38 with Nevada. Now 4. Now 4. At 38. Come on, give me 4, Abigail. At 38 is there. 39. At 39 bid. At 39, get a bit of 39. 4,000 now. At 4,000, that's more like it now. 42. At 4,000 now, 42. At 4,000 with Pennsylvania. 41 I've got. 41 Nevada. At 41, got a bit of 41, 41, 41 bid. At 41, I'm bid at 42 with Pennsylvania now. At 42, now 45. At now 45. At 42, I'll take 45. Come on, let's go. At 42, and I'm selling. At 42, 43 Nevada. At 43. At 43. They're making me work for this, John. At 43 bid. At 43, take 45. 43. 45. Good bid in Pennsylvania. At 45. At 45. Come on, give me 48. 45, give me 48. At 45, I'm bid with Pennsylvania. Give me 48 now. 46 I've got. Who's got 5,000? Let's go. At 46, I'm bid. At 46, and I'll take 5 now. At 46, 47. At 47, now 5. Now 5. At 47, bid. At 47. At 47, I'm bid. At 47, give me 5. At 47, bid. At 47, bid. 48, now 5. For goodness sake, don't lose it. At 48, I'm bid. At 48 with Nevada. At 48, come on, Pennsylvania. Let's go, let's go, let's go. At 48 bid. At 5,000, Pennsylvania. At 5, get a bit of 5. At 5, get a bit of 5 bid. At 5, get a bit of 5 now, 250 minimums. At 5 bid. At 5,000 bid. Come on, is there 250 more? 5 1/4 is bid. We're clear. At 5 1/4. At 5 1/4, Cleo's bidder, Nevada. I'm selling now. At 5 1/4. At 5 1/4 the pair. You're getting the 1798 Goya. You are getting the hand-signed 1977 Salvador Dali. 5 1/4, I have Cleo. Thank you to Brian, who was Kim's bidder. Thank you so much, sir, for your bids. You are out. Thank you for bidding. 5 1/4, it's with Cleo then. At 5 1/4, and it goes once. What a magnificent pairing. Going twice up, 5 1/4, the gavel's high. Sold. Congratulations, well done to you. Well, you made me work for that one, my goodness gracious. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a fantastic offering there, the Dali and the Goya. Thank you, John, for organising that. And now he's organised something else very, very special. We're lucky to have this in the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's one of the largest paintings we've ever had by the wonderful, wonderful Farah Fortnum.
Enter the vibrant world of Farah Fortnum, a contemporary artist whose canvas stretches from intimate studio pieces to the arresting power of street art. Based in Bristol, UK, Farah channels her creativity into a passionate dialogue about our planet, urging us to see, feel, and act. Farah's art is a compelling fusion of color and conscience. Working with bold palettes and fluid forms, she transforms spaces, whether it's the side of a building breathing life into the urban landscape or a canvas that draws you in. Her distinctive style captures both the beauty and the fragility of the natural world, making every piece a statement. At the heart of Farah Fortnum's work lies a profound connection to environmentalism. Deeply moved by the urgent need to protect our ecosystems, particularly rainforests, she uses her art as a vehicle for awareness and change. Each brushstroke is imbued with purpose, highlighting the climate crisis and celebrating the resilience of nature. Her impactful work resonates widely, featured in platforms like the renowned Upfest Street Art Festival, and created in collaboration with organizations such as the Rainforest Alliance. Farah Fortnum is not just creating art, she's fostering conversations, building bridges, and painting a vision for a more sustainable future, one powerful image at a time. For collectors seeking art with beauty, depth, and meaning, Farah Fortnum offers a unique opportunity to invest in a voice that matters. Discover the world through her eyes here at the Fine Art Auction.
It has evolved slightly. Before, it was when I did my first collection, when it was very ocean inspired by the coral reefs and the movement of the water. It was very precise, the strokes. It was in a very, very uniform flow. But as I evolved over the years, I started overlaying my brush strokes, and it got a bit more erratic and had a bit more fire in it, you know, and just movement. And I think that just explains the way I feel in my life. You know, I'm just so excited with life, and I'm just overwhelmed with all the beauty that I see with me. So I'm just, yeah, it has evolved quite a lot. And I've got so many ideas in my head. I just don't have enough time at the moment. I feel like I need 5 of me to explore all the different types of styles that I want to, but it definitely will evolve. The thing about my art is it's so recognizable. People just know, oh, that's Farah work of art because the swirls. So I think I would definitely always keep that within my style, and to make it recognizable. And well, it's just the way I flow with my work. So that will always be part of my work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. And folks, we are now going to be talking about an artist who truly is unique in what she does. Part of my livelihood in my life is to be looking at artwork every day, and I have not seen an artist who does what she does. There's one artist, however, that may kind of ring a bell, and that is Van Gogh. The line work of Van Gogh is very similar to what Farah does. And it's almost like a neo-expressionistic form of art that's being brought into the 21st century. She's gained a lot of critical acclaim as well, because she was chosen specifically, and speaking of Van Gogh, to create a lot of imagery that emulates and various iterations of Van Gogh's famous works that she did as public art, public displays. But she studied in Bournemouth, a beautiful place in England, and she describes herself as a mural artist and an abstract painter that's based in Bristol in England, and she draws on her Persian heritage as one of the core influences on her work, alongside rainforests and oceans. Now, interestingly, her professional identity isn't confined to fine art. She also works as a dance teacher, by the way, and that sense of movement carries into how she talks about her painting. So I feel like when you look at the colors, there is just not only a plethora of movement, but there is a flow. It's almost like a flow state. And by creating that flow state of that flow art, you put yourself in a flow state. Her career is interesting because it began as a public artist, and her career is recent and has a very clear origin point. She painted her very first mural during the COVID lockdown. And she's been painting in Bristol, in Bath, and in beyond ever since. And from that start, she's built a practice that spans both gallery canvases and, ladies and gentlemen, large-scale public walls. So the through line of her work is ecology. It's all about ecology. She's an environmental artist with a true passion for saving the rainforest. And she's the kind of person that not only talks the talk, but she walks the walk as well, folks. In other words, she contributes a lot of her time just due to, for preservation, should I say. And also, she's implicated, and in many ways, it hurts her. And I spoke to her. I'm going to show you a video. She flew in from England, and we had an interview with her here in our studio. She actually was one of the artists that, and that's what I love about our show, folks, is that we're able to bring these world-famous artists and established artists into our studio so you can meet them and get to know them in person. So I'm going to show you a bit of that interview that I had with Farah. But her paintings, they're very much inspired by the natural world. There's also a tremendous amount of inspiration that comes from the overall ecosystem. So from these fragile coral seas to these lush green rainforests, these are interpretations of places that she's been lucky enough to visit around the world. But ladies and gentlemen, for somebody who has not been painting very long, there is a level of unbridled flow. What do I mean by that? Upon closer visual inspection of her works of art, if we could please zoom in, start at the top right-hand corner, please. You're going to notice something quite astounding. First of all, right here, you simply have that beautiful contrast of the azure background with the white strokes. But as we move down here, Look at what starts happening right there. Let's pause right there. Look at the yellows start to come in. There is this natural metamorphosis that envelops the entire flow. Let's keep going. Fantastic, Dave. Thank you so much. Look at this. Now you have nuances of purple that become part of the entire manifesto and exploration of life. Now these lines are very reminiscent of leaves, aren't they? And that's why you have the amalgamation of the greens. But interspersed within the greens, there are aberrations of azure, of aquamarine, and now the tonality of the back with that beautiful contrast between the black and the yellow. As we scroll down, and let's go to the right a little bit here, Dave, you're starting to see the dispersal of the brushstroke back into the void of the black work of art. So this is like a journey. All right, Dave, fantastic job. Thank you very much. Let's zoom out. So now you can understand what I just showed you encompasses the breadth of the canvas, but its narrative is sublime. There is an arresting quality to this work of art that is part and parcel of her intent, and I believe in her unbridled artistic abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, she is really, really, really good. And for somebody who's not been painting so long, I've seen a lot of art in my life. It requires a level of understanding the palette of life and the palette of nature, and being able to create iterations of nature within a dynamic composition that allows not only for a three-dimensional quality to be exuded, but it oozes out of this work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, given also the size, look at this. This is and can be and should be and will be a central piece. This will be the defining piece of any collection. So with that said, I'm going to pass it to Richard, who's going to be reading you that certificate of authenticity. Richard.
Thank you, Leif, and ladies and gentlemen, what a gorgeous piece. Let's bring up all the lights there. Thank you very, very much. Let's have a look at the work of art. And ladies and gentlemen, this is, I think, probably the largest work we've ever had at the auction, ladies and gentlemen. So, Farrah Fortnum, we had her on the show, what, about 2 months ago, John? Yeah, what a lovely lady. What a great artist. Awakened Earth. And she was born in London. Actually of Persian parentage, I believe, and lives in Bristol, where Banksy comes from. So, original acrylic painting on canvas, signed by the artist on the lower right. And actually, I have to say, John, I remember seeing her work for the first time, what was it, about 1.5 years ago? She was in a major exhibition in the UK, in Bristol. And this is where our chief art expert flew over to England to sign her for the show. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful job. Signed by the artist on the lower right and titled on the verso. So I'm glad they really took the initiative, flew to England and signed her before anyone else could, because I think she's going on to big things in the UK now, ladies and gentlemen, and around the world. In Australia, she's very popular, and I think in America, she's going to get a great following as well. A unique work executed by Fortnum in 2026. They're very, very easy to live with, these works, Leif. Very easy to live, very calming. And a beautiful piece. I'm going to have to bring over the 4-foot ruler because this is such a large work of art. Let's just double check the measurements of it for you. That is the 4-foot ruler, not the 3-foot. So I'm going to put that in at exactly 41 across, and then we must get ourselves a bigger ruler, John, one day when we can afford it. This one is 48, 49, got to be over 53, I think. 53, the height there, ladies and gentlemen. So 41 by 53, large piece, and it is signed on the verso, Awakened Earth by Farrah on virgin canvas, direct from her studio in the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding on this one. I'll dim the lights a little bit, but beautiful light effects in her work. Really, really picks up the light beautifully. Leif, let's give it 2 minutes, and over to you, sir.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to Farrah Fortnum, I want to go ahead and show you a video of the interview that I did with her when she came to our studio. Because oftentimes, you know, to hear from the artists themselves is much more fluid and important than to hear it from me or Richard. So let's go to my screen, please, and let's hear what she has to say.
Action, we need, you know, to protect Mother Earth, but it has suddenly softened. My whole take on my art is just don't panic. Let's just cherish. Let's observe. Let's just be still and appreciate what we have, rather than, I think there's so much fear in the world as it is. So it's like, I don't want to instill any more fear because it doesn't help me personally. So I think it's less urgent. It's about being more present and aware.
I love it. I think that's what we need, more and more presence and awareness. What would you say your artwork is really about? What is it trying to do?
Oh, that's a really, really interesting question, because I've evolved tremendously over the past just 2 years. Before, my art was about the urgent climate action we need, you know, to protect Mother Earth. But
let me skip to the next video, folks.
Really within tune to who we really are.
Yeah, it's panic and chaos, and it's like that's the
and it
opposite.
feeds itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we just need to all just calm down and just observe. Yeah.
I love that you say that, because when I saw your artwork for the first time, that's what really drew me into it, was that it just brought about a stillness, it brought about a presence.
Yeah.
Because it allows you just to be with it. It doesn't have an intimidation, it doesn't have an agenda, it just is what is, right? And within that, there's a beautiful expression of its beauty and also color. You're really good with color. That's another thing that I admire tremendously.
Thank you.
And I think as a result opens up to the next question. Like, I know that during lockdown, that was the first time you ever did a mural, right?
Yes.
So that was your first transition from canvas to mural. How? So we need more and more presence and awareness.
And the answer to that question I asked, hopefully, we have here.
You for the first time, it's really, and it's not been that long ago, but it's just been, people have raged over your artwork. They love it. There's just, because you are so innovative, you're so different. You're an innovator, not an imitator. You obviously paint from your heart and not from your head, just like Marc Chagall did in that way. And you have that proclivity for color, I feel very much that resonates with Chagall's palette, which I think is even more interesting, because if you kind of bring that together with the expressiveness of Van Gogh's palette, your style is really very innovative. It's almost avant-garde for today's world, and I love that.
Thank you.
So with that in mind, Farrah, what is collecting to you? Like, people right now are going to end up collecting some of your artwork, if not all of them, probably all of it, right? What is collecting to you? How would you put a price on labor, on your mission, right? On intent?
All right, folks, we're going to bring it back to Richard. Richard.
Thank you very much, Leif. And 1900, who is our top bidder? This is incredibly low. North Carolina. You're doing very, very well. And I've just got one important question to ask you, North Carolina. At $1,900, which half would you like? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a $1,900 painting. If it was $19,000 in a gallery, that would be low. That is a great, thank you for your bid anyway, but ladies and gentlemen, let's get serious. I'll just double check. Had I done the certificate of authenticity, Johnny? You have. Well, let's just have another look at it very, very quickly. This is Farrah Fortnum then, and it is Awakened Earth, original acrylic painting. Any further bids now, ladies and gentlemen? And I will be selling it once this is over. I'm giving you a minute clock in a second. Signed by the artist on the lower right, titled on the verso, a unique work. It was executed by Fortnum in 2026. Let's give a 1 minute clock, and it is the final call for bids. It's selling now, ladies and gentlemen, on sale with you at 1900. 1900 is bid. I can't bid for you. You've got to pick up the phone and you've only got 45 seconds to do it. Fair warning. Fair warning, about to sell at 1900 bid. At 1900 it's going now. At 1900. At 1900. If it was 19,000 in England, it would be cheap. At 1900. 1900 bid. 1900 represented in some great galleries now. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to get an opportunity on a large painting like this by her ever again at this level. 19 bid. 2, thank you, 2,000, nice to see you. At 2,000, thank you, Beverly. At 2,000 bid. At 2,000 bid, is there anyone else now? At 2,000 bid. On sale and with you all the way then at 2,000. 22, I'll take it, thank you, Karen. At 22. At 22 bid. At 22, last chance, last call. At 22, 23 back with Beverly. At 23. At 23, is there anyone else now? At 23, got a bit of 2-3. 2-3 bid. 24 with Karen, thank you. At 24 bid. At 24 bid. At 24, got a bit of 2-4. At 24. At 24, Michael, are you bidding? At 25. 25, I got Cassie now. At 25, I'm bid. At 25, and it's on sale all the way. At 25. 25, Karen, yes or no? At 25. 26 with Karen. 26 bid. 26 with Karen. 26, I'm bid. 26. I've got to move on. We're selling now the largest painting we've ever had by her at 26. 27. 27 bid. 27 got a bit of 2-7. 2-7 bid. At 27. At 27. At 27 bid. At 27 with Cassie. At 27 and I'm selling. 27. 27 bid. 27 bid. Selling and going, Karen, Beverly, yes or no? 27 it goes then. Cassie in the lead. Going once. At 27. At 27 bid. 27. 27 bid. 27 and it's going. At 2-7 got a bit of 2-7 bid. Going once. Last chance. Karen and Beverly, yes or no? 27. 27 going twice. At 27. 20. Are you bidding or not? Thank you. 28. 28 is bid. 28 is bid. Now 3. Now 3. Come on, let's go. At 28. We're taking too long here. 28 bid. 28, give me 3. 3,000, I'll take it. 3,000 it goes. At 3, got a bit of 3, at 3, at 3, at 3, at 3 bid. At 3,000 bid it goes once. Are you done this time? You're not going to come in when I say going twice, third time, are you? You sure? 3,000. Gavels high then. Sold and gone. It goes with Cassie. Thank you for bidding anyway. 3,000. Cassie, your bidder gets it. And ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the penultimate piece of the night. And this is lot 515 by Ben Allen. It's called Hope. And it is New Era, #1. Let's have a look at the piece. I love this work, Leif. Very, very cool. This is, John, I believe, the artist proof #1 that we're giving the chance to bid on. Artist proof #1, and it is Hope, the New Era. Artist proof #1 from the #1 in the Hope New Era series. Ladies and gentlemen, original pigment print on fine art paper, hand signed by the artist on the lower right, numbered on the lower left. Artist proof #1 on sale and with you. Let's get bidding. Here is a quick video. Thank you.
My style of art, how would I describe it? I would say that it is colourful, bold, full of pop, inspired by graffiti and comic books and manga art and skateboard graphics, surfboard graphics and culture, music, bit of a mix of everything. I got my start as an artist at a theatre bar in England when I painted a 3-metre bar front for them. The word legacy is a big one, but if I'm lucky enough to leave one behind, then it would be that my work in some way has helped to make the world a better, brighter place. I didn't have any formal training, but I think I was born an artist. It's something I always loved to do and have done ever since. Some of the most exciting places that I've created work and taken my work to would be Los Angeles and Bangalore in India. A lot of people ask me if there's symbolism and meaning behind the canvases that I make. I believe there is, but I'm going to let the viewer think about that for themselves. Some of my greatest influences on my style and my career have been my own father, whose sketchbook I found at a young age. He was a very talented illustrator, and one of my favorite things that he ever sketched was Bugs Bunny. I also like Andy Warhol. Something that collectors may not know about my work is that it is my way of communicating and sharing with the world and finding my place within it. Some of my contemporary art heroes would have to be people like Futura, who is probably one of the most well-known graffiti artists. Other contemporaries like Fail from New York, Anna Bay, Shepard Fairey. There's too many to name. There's so many people, artists, influencers, creators that I get inspired by on a daily basis. So I've put a name to a few there, but it's a multitude. Too many to put into this video.
We are live in our studios in Atlanta with Ben Allen. Now, you saw from the video there, he is a young man born in 1979 UK. And I think what's really intriguing about his artwork, I mean, this totally looks like a Roy Lichtenstein, doesn't it, Richard? It certainly has that Lichtenstein look to it, but he's known for that energetic, that fresh take on pop art. So he adds pop art with a twist, I'd like to say. And as a result of that, he has become a very significant voice in the world of contemporary British pop. Now, there is that profile that has grown steadily through the 2010s and the 2020s. Now, his works through complex, he basically works through complex collage techniques, folks. Now, he builds eclectic compositions that, in his gallery's words, they drip with both paint and energy, which I find very fascinating because he draws on some of the most ubiquitous images in the modern art world. Let's face it, right? When I talked about Lichtenstein. So you got that classic cartoon characters, the dollar signs, the comic strips, the graffiti, the pop iconography, and recombines them into dynamic, often provocative mashups of popular culture. Now, his urban-themed paintings and sculptures, they fuse graphic design, pop culture, graffiti, and comic strip imagery to basically create intuitively subversive work that's characterized by vivid colors, by bold brushstrokes, and indeed abstract form as well. The pictures critique the dull and the mundane, very much like what Roy Lichtenstein used to do. And they challenge the media's framing of the world and aim to inspire a sense of freedom for the viewer. That means a sense of freedom for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, his followings include a striking roster of high-profile names. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, designs by Ben Allen, they've graced the walls of figures such as Jade Jagger, such as Stephen Dorff, Sophie Ellis-Bextor, Horace Panter of the Specials, and Sir Richard Branson, the man behind Virgin Airlines and Virgin Cruise Lines and Virgin Records. Now, his work has featured in displays at the famous department store in the UK called Selfridges, with a 40-foot artwork that dominates the Notting Hill headquarters of Virgin. And I'm going to see if I can find it when I pass it back to Richard, because that would be amazing. I personally have not seen it. So, across painting, sculpture, and a very steady output of editions from screen prints, pigment prints, and three-dimensional works. He's built a very recognizable visual language, and he has a very devoted collector base that operates from London. And his ability to make sharp cultural commentary feel celebratory and accessible has set him up apart from within the crowded field of contemporary pop artists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, his method typically begins with hand-cut and torn paper. And that is reminiscent very much of what Henri Matisse used to do with his cutouts. And the thing is, he uses billboard fragments, spray paint, screen print, and emulsion, layered and reworked until the surface becomes a very dense palimpsest of contemporary imagery. So from these unique paintings, he develops basically his own editions, so that even a print carries the energy of a hands-on, improvisational process. And that's what's brilliant about these works, because it is an approach that makes each release, it feels less like a print than a fresh individual statement. Part of why his limited works are so eagerly collected. And by the way, at once playful and pointed, Ben Allen's work, ladies and gentlemen, it belongs to the lineage of pop and neo-pop that runs from Warhol and Lichtenstein into the street-influenced present. So this is a maker of bright, layered, reference-rich images that reward both an instant glance and a longer gawk, if you will. The title of this work is Hope. It is the New Era. I'm going to bring it over to Richard, who will read you that certificate of authenticity.
Thank you very much, Leifan. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go then, the penultimate piece of the night. And thank you, you've been a terrific audience. Enjoy this piece because what chance do you ever get to get the #1 artist proof? Normally that will go to one of the very best collectors of the artist, or they'll keep it personally for themselves, because these are the ones which will obviously rise in value as the years roll by. You only get one chance to get the artist proof #1, and it's here. So let's go to the certificate of authenticity. Ben Allen, we just saw him there, very talented British artist, born in 1979. Hope, New Era #1. Hope, New Era #1. Original pigment print on fine art paper, hand signed by the artist on the lower right. It is numbered on the lower left. The example we are giving you the opportunity to bid on is the #1 artist proof from a small series of proofs from the artist executed in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great opportunity this is. It's a nice size piece. This will really illuminate a room. Here's the title here, the New Era #1. So again, very collectible. When you can get the #1 in an entire series, and then further to that, look, there's the number. #1, can you see it? #1 in the blind stamp of the artist. There's only one in the world like that. You've got it. #1 of the #1 series, hand signed, and again with his logo, blind stamp on the bottom right hand corner. You may have witnessed that logo on his shirt when he was being interviewed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a great opportunity. Nicely framed with the Irish linen matting there, white frame, great pop art. And ladies and gentlemen, it is mixed with graffiti and pop art. It is Hope, New Era #1, the #1 proof. Come on, let's get a bid on this one. Let's get serious, and let's give you 2 minutes, last chance on this piece now.
Belongs to Ben Allen's Hope and New Era body of work. So you're getting it, you're jumping in probably one of the most critical aspects in timing. Timing is everything, right? So this is the time to collect Ben Allen, basically one of his recurring and most recognizable series. So ladies and gentlemen, the present lot, it is an original pigment print. It's done in color, obviously in wallpaper, and it's hand signed. The fact you're getting an artist proof, my goodness, what an opportunity that gives you, ladies and gentlemen. Now the series exists in more than one form, because Alan has produced it as a hand-finished print edition, typically a very small edition, by the way. And ladies and gentlemen, this imagery, when you look at his entire body of work and how ubiquitous his use of color and neo-pop imagery has infused the market, I find that when it comes to the theme of hope, it is reworking one of the era's most loaded words into a celebrity-layered composition. And I think that is of utmost importance because, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about all the other motifs, when you think about the cartoon motifs, when you think about the graphic marks, the bursts of colors, they all combine into an image that is at once optimistic and knowing as well. It's pretty much a contemporary meditation on hope that is assembled from the visual debris of consumer culture. So this work speaks volumes about not only the iteration that he did based on that very evocative physiognomy that is a very recurring theme within Roy Lichtenstein's work, but you have the complex layering of colors together with the almost pointillistic style reminiscent of Seurat within the lower right echelon of this work of art. It is magnificent. Richard.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving you the final minute now. The final call for bids, $550 is the bid. There's only one in the world like this. It is the number one of the rare proofs, the number one, and also the number one in the series of the New Era works. So New Era number one and the number one proof. Ladies and gentlemen, that is so undervalued, it's unbelievable. I'm selling it now. You've got about 35 seconds now at $550, $550 bid, at $550 and it's going. At $550, at $550 bid, 6 bid, just in time. 600, come on, I'll take 50 now. At 600 bid, 600, thank you, Tawana, nice to see you. At 600, is there 50 more? At 600, another 50 off anyone at 600, 650, 650 bid, 650, 650, Cassie's bidder, well done Cassie, 650, take 7, 650, 650, take 7, 650, take 7, 650, are you bidding? 7 with Tawana, thank you. At 7, going to bid a 7 at 7 and 7 bid. At 7 bid it goes. At 7 bid is there another 50. At 7 bid, 750, 750 bid, 750 bid, 750, come on, I'll take 8. 750, 750, 750. Remember what you're bidding on here. A very, very popular artist, the number one proof and the number one in the series. You'll never see that again. 750, 800, thank you. 800 bid, I'm selling now. 800 bid, 800 bid, 800 and it's going. At 800 it sells and goes. At 800 it goes once. At 800 on the number one. At 800 going twice. At 800, third and the final time. So, well done, thank you very much, congratulate you, bidder, you did very well. Now, John, from the proofs, I believe there is one more available, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just one. John, it won't be number one, obviously, but from the proofs, what can we do on the price there? 800, 700, 500, how about 5? 500, okay, first person to call in, 500, it won't be number one. Number one just sold for 800. I'll do the other one for 500. First person to call in, Kim and Abigail in charge of the phones doing a wonderful job. I will take the first person to call in at 500, and that is an absolute steal. At that level, ladies and gentlemen, again, it will be a rare proof. And only a couple of these in the world, and we've got one more available. First person to call in, up to you, and John will give it 1 minute and 1 minute only, but Leif, I think that's a lovely deal for someone to get that remaining proof.
And I mean, ladies and gentlemen, next time you go to London, go past the headquarters of Virgin, Richard Branson's Virgin. You're going to see that monumental work that was done by Ben Allen. So you are really genuinely dealing with not only a name that has been catapulted to the forefront of the neo-pop expressionist world, but ladies and gentlemen, There is nobody who does exactly what Ben Allen does, in my mind, in today's market. Richard?
Thank you very much, Leif. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 20 seconds. That's all I can give you. John, get ready with the next work. Come to me, please. So if you want that one, you've got to be quick. And ladies and gentlemen, it will go. It will go. Number one went for 800. We've got one more available. It won't be number one, but you can have it. 500. And all you've got to do is get on the phone. John, was that with no buyer's premium?
No buyer's premium.
No buyer's premium on that. 500, no buyer's premium. Okay, let's have a look at our final work of art, ladies and gentlemen. We've got about 15 minutes left of the show. So it is our pleasure to bring up our star piece of the weekend. And talking of pop art, they don't come much bigger than this man, Robert Rauschenberg. This is a lithograph in colour, hand signed, called Quarry from 1968. Ladies and gentlemen, a great, great piece for you to collect. And Rauschenberg, born in the USA in 1925, 101 years ago, and he died just in 2008. So, ladies and gentlemen, hand signed work from the great Robert Rauschenberg, our final piece of the night. Thank you for being such a great audience. Here's Leif.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is such a big introduction that I want to go to my screen. I found an official release from the Museum of Modern Art about Rauschenberg. This is critical. Take a look.
Who's Robert Rauschenberg? Robert Rauschenberg's my personal hero. Rauschenberg is one of the most fecund artists of the second half of the 20th century. He married painting and sculpture. When he did so, he invented a word to come up with the thing that he had done, and that word was combine.
What is a combine, and why do we use that word with Robert Rauschenberg's work as opposed to, say, assemblage or construction?
The word combine has a couple of meanings. On the one hand, it's the combination of painting and sculpture into a third term.
Rauschenberg is deliberately trying to frustrate our preconceived ideas of what sculpture and painting are. Is painting made with paint? Is sculpture seen in the round? He's really not interested in those questions.
On the other hand, combine is his method. It's literally the combining of all of these different elements, whether it's paint squeezed directly out of the tube, his shirt, a stuffed chicken, a tire, a stuffed goat, newspaper clippings, photographs of a lover, whole pages of the newspaper, combined into one compositional form.
Rauschenberg was really interested in taking things out of the real world and putting them in an artwork. And he wanted to do that because he was interested in the world. He's interested in non sequitur. He's interested in these collisions, the way that these things are going to collide and make sense or not make sense or make a weird kind of sense together.
We're made to be aware that we look at works of art from someplace, from within the world. We're not in some kind of outside zone, voyeuristically looking upon a scene, right? That the works of art and our own relationship to them are happening in a kind of shared space.
Rauschenberg is often quoted as saying he wanted to work in the gap between art and life.
It's not so much that art and life are polar opposites. It's suggesting that they're two poles of a continuum and that the gap is not mere empty space. That's where everything is happening. That's the texture of our lives. It's the things that happen in the background, so to speak, that we're not focused on because we don't think of it as special. Art is something we pay attention to. Life is something that happens on in the background.
A lot of people, when they look at a Rauschenberg, they see mostly the life stuff. They see the stuffed goat. And it's hard not to. It's a stuffed goat. But on the face of that stuffed goat is paint. And so I think that tension between those materials that come from everyday life and the materials that come from the sphere of art is the way he's able to get at that space.
I'm not so sure there is a gap, or there was a gap for him. I feel like the way he was making art was the way non-artists are also living life, which is to say, we're social, we're human, we're interacting, and that was just his way of doing it.
Rauschenberg gave artists an enormous sense of permission. As long as you are committed to seeing your idea through to its logical.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to end it right there. Let's go and focus on the artwork, please. This is of paramount importance that you saw that introduction, because not only do you get the visual, but it gets you to understand his timeline, his place within the annals of 20th century art. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if it wasn't for Robert Rauschenberg, you would not have pop art. That's how important he is. At the culmination of the era of abstract expressionism, when you had the likes of William de Kooning, of Jackson Pollock, who were giving these outlandish aesthetic representations at major gallery opens in New York City in 1945, 1948, they were spellbinding, creating an awestruck public that couldn't quite grasp the deep level of abstract expressionism. And of course, when we're thinking about abstract expressionism and Jackson Pollock, he would often go to the dripping technique. That's why he would drip. He would hover over a canvas and let the drips be the narrative of the work of art. That's why Time magazine actually called him Jack the Dripper. But ladies and gentlemen, prior to pop art, Robert Rauschenberg comes into the scene, and he understands that the discerning public didn't quite understand the nature and the level of the extreme level of abstract expressionism, so documented by the likes of de Kooning and Pollock. So what he did is he started to make what's called a combine, where he put pieces of art together that was an aspect of Dadaism. Dadaism was a movement in 1910 that spoke about the atrocities of war. So he's in many ways a neo-Dadaist, ladies and gentlemen. He was able to bring the absurdities of Dadaism through his combines into the world of art towards the mid-century. And what's interesting is that he is one of those few artists, ladies and gentlemen, that actually took advantage of the GI Bill. Meaning, he studied at the Kansas City Art Institute and then at the Académie Julienne in Paris. So he also studied in Paris, where he got the breadth and the scope of that artistic inspiration, being the capital of art until 1950s. And by the way, because of abstract expressionism, the capital of art moved from Paris to New York in 1950. And he settled in New York in 1949. He began to question the very nature of painting. That's why he is an artist of tremendous consequence, ladies and gentlemen. The title of this work is Quarry. It's also known as Quarry Local 1. And this is from 1968. The work has a very unusual origin. That explains its title, by the way, because it was co-printed and it was co-published by Quarry Local 1, Amalgamated Lithographers of America. That's important because together with Color Lithographers Service, Inc. of New York, Local 1 refers to the Lithographics Trade Union. So he was part of that. And Rauschenberg, who really revered the craft of printing and worked closely with master printers throughout his entire career, he created the image in collaboration with the very union of lithographers who would print it. So this is so important, folks, because visually, this is quintessential Rauschenberg. That dense, layered collage of photographic images and text that's printed in color that resists being read at a single glance. In fact, it rewards repeated looking. That's the whole thing. Whenever you go to an art museum and you see Rauschenberg, it's all about looking at it over and over and over. So the technique was for Rauschenberg not a compromise, but folks, this was a deliberate embrace of the commercial and the mechanical prowess of his media-saturated age. And he was among the artists who most thoroughly dissolved the old boundary between fine art printmaking and commercial reproduction. So he treated the printed sheet as a legitimate and indeed as a powerful artistic medium. And his example did much to legitimize the screen print and lithography as central rather than secondary. So these were vehicles for ambitious post-war art, and they helped fuel the great American print renaissance of the 1960s. So ladies and gentlemen, this work of art is so deeply interwoven, dovetailed, and ingrained within the evolution of American art. It doesn't get much bigger than Rauschenberg when it comes to the pivotal influence that he administered, carried throughout his entire course and career. So ladies and gentlemen, when you're looking at works of art like this, allow me to give you an idea of what we should be looking at. Because I want you to truly understand the opportunity that you have at hand right here. I'm going to pass it to Richard very, very shortly. I'm trying to pull up a price comparison before we read that certificate so you can understand the gravity of the moment. Let's go to my screen, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, for all collectors of fine art, you need to pay attention to this because we really are looking at something superb here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great, great opportunity to acquire something, and this is hand-signed by Rauschenberg. It is the 1968 work, Quarry, hand-signed by the master, a lithograph printed in colour on woven paper, hand-signed by the artist along the lower edge, executed by Rauschenberg in 1968. These are getting harder and harder to find, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I can say. It's extremely rare and an important work by an incredibly important artist. There's his famous signature down there. That is hand-signed. That is not a printed signature. That's the hand signature of the master. Let's have a look. Let's put that one in at 31 across there. 31 across and then 39 high. 31 by 39. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Rauschenberg. It's our final lot of the night. We've got a few minutes left on this one. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes with Leif and the best of luck. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, the reason I showed you that price comparison, let's go back to my screen, is because this one that you're looking at on screen is not signed. And it's sold for $7,500. What you are bidding on is signed. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're bidding on is hand signed. What you see on your screen is not. So right now, you're at $2,700. You know as well as I do that that is extremely underbid. Let's go back to the work of art. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is hand signed. And it is recorded, by the way, and that's another thing you need to know about, is in Rauschenberg's prints. It is in Foster 63. That is Catalog Raisonné. That's the definitive scholarly inventory of the artist's graphic work. And what's important about this is that the composition is layered collage of photographic fragments and text. That's historical. You're basically looking at the evolution of American art history by the means and through the interpretation of this work of art. So the mood is restless, the mood is contemporary. It is a snapshot of the visual noise of 1968, ordered into art by one of the century's greatest image makers. Those are not my words, those are not Richard's words, those are the words, ladies and gentlemen, of the most recognized museum curators on the planet. So understand that history can never be bought. Here you have an opportunity to be a custodian. In other words, we can't really own history. That's the importance and significance of this work of art. So we are custodians, and we want to hold on to these for the future, for the posterity of future generations, because this is humanity at its most creative. And this is a titan. He's not just an artist. He was a titan of American art. He reshaped, and I'm going to say this very slowly, ladies and gentlemen, Rauschenberg reshaped the course of art, of post-war art. And by the way, he also won the 1964 Venice Biennale. That is a really, really big deal. The Venice Biennale, I was at the Biennale 2017, before the pandemic, I remember, and that is one of the most important. Besides Art Basel in Miami, the Venice Biennale rivals that as well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the most characteristic collage idiom of his oeuvre, meaning that the work being entitled Query, this is pure Rauschenberg layered photographic collage, which means you own him in his signature style. This is it. This is his signature style. If this was Warhol, it would be like you bidding on the Marilyn Monroe right now. A signed Marilyn Monroe by Warhol. It's the same level of mastery and importance within the timeline of art history. That's why this is so important. The very approach for which he is celebrated is what you are bidding on right now. This is not a peripheral work, but this is a representative one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's also from one of the most pivotal years, 1968. It dates 1968. The year is very important because that was one of the defining years of the last century. which means you own a work charged with its moment in history, a piece whose date alone carries weight and story. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been exhibited and it has documented. So the pedigree, if you will, for this work of art is stellar because it was featured in the 1970 ICA Philadelphia Graphic Art Exhibition, which means you own a piece with genuine exhibition history. Again, there is exhibition history here. Folks, this is one of the highest pedigrees that you can acquire. Institutional provenance that adds real credibility and appeal. Blue chip global market. This is who he is, because Rauschenberg trades at the highest level of Christie's and Sotheby's. Ladies and gentlemen, which means you own an internationally recognized asset with a clear and confident placeholder in art history. And given the fact that you have that bold, large-scale presence, the sheet commands a wall, which means you gain a genuine statement. This is a statement piece. This is the kind of work of art. You can put it in any collection. It will elevate your collection just by virtue of the sublime and powerful aesthetic with which this was made. And this work, ladies and gentlemen, it embodies the moment that American art remade itself, which means you own a tangible fragment of that revolution. There's cultural weight, and it's a great story to travel with the object wherever it goes. Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Leif. Let's have a final look at this piece, John. We're so low on this, it's unbelievable, but good luck to you if you're bidding. John, a marvellous, marvellous piece. John, this is about to sell. The Rauschenberg here. And a great example, really, really fantastic piece, nicely framed, nicely presented, as it should be. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to sell. We're down to the final 2 minutes of the show, so let's get your bids in. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you the final chance. I'm going to give Leif a chance to say goodnight to you, and then it's going to come back to me for the final call for bids. Here's Leif.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, all I want to say is that taste is invisible until it's on your wall. Your eye knows things your words don't always catch. This is that work of art that, ladies and gentlemen, you shoulda, coulda, woulda. This is it. If you want something you've never had, you've got to do something you've never done. Pick up the phone and bid on this work. You will never regret that. Richard, and thank you very much, folks. Have a good night.
Thank you. What a great job as always, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to sell it. 3-1 is the bid only. 31 is bid. 31. Connecticut in the lead at 3-1. 3-1. Final call for bids. I'm selling it now, ladies and gentlemen. You got 90 seconds before the show ends. 32. Thank you. Where are they from, please, Beverly? 32. California, nice to see you. 32 on the Rauschenberg. At 32, I'm bid. At 32, Rauschenberg. 3,200 with California. 32. 33 with Connecticut. 33 with Connecticut. 33 is bid. 33 is bid. 34 is bid. 34 with California. 34 with California. 1 minute to go. 34 is bid. 34 with California. 34 with California. 34 is bid. 3-4 with California. 3-4 is bid. 3-4. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't lose the opportunity at 34. 34 I already have with California. Cleo, you've got to come up at 34. At 34. Cleo, you have to come up, my dear. I got Beverly in the lead at 3,400 from California. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've been a marvellous audience. The bids are going to go on just for a second. It's been a pleasure conducting the show with Leif, with John, with Kim, with Abigail, and all our fantastic team. We look forward to seeing you here next week. Ray will be back on Friday, and I'll be conducting shows on Saturday and Sunday, and Monday again. So, ladies and gentlemen, look after yourselves. Have a great week. The bid goes on. Thank you. Good night, America.